Let's go. Let's go.
You are about to experience the uncensored conversations, stimulating wit, and the thought-provoking wisdom. Bold, raw, and uncut. Right now, on the Lance Scurv Show.
Welcome to another episode of the Lance Scurv Show. Today, of course, we have Brother Keston with us, and we have yet another guest, a surprise, Brother Sakep. Got it right this time, right?
That's up, bro. You got it right.
That's right. That's right. I've been practicing. All the old Alzheimer's is kicking in. But we're going to talk today about religion, and we're going to speak about the stronghold that it has on the lives of the black nation worldwide. We're going to break down some of the fallacies. We're just going to have a free-flowing conversation. This is live. The chat room, you have to come to the link below. The chat room in YouTube is definitely disabled because they will not be able to mess with us when we do it this way. But anyway, I'm glad to have both you brothers here. You can't see me shake the hands right now because we're off camera that way. But who wants to speak first? I'm going to be bouncing this camera around to both of you right now, and I'm going to kind of sit back here and shut up myself. And start it off, Brother Keston.
Well, it's good to be here, to vibes with our brother here, Brother Sakep. It's a wonderful, we had a very good conversation the other day. And, I enjoy him immensely. When you come to like-minded spirit, it's always a blessing, from the Creator. So, but the stronghold that religion has had on our community as a people, this is something that we really need to get into, because what I say about it is that when you go to the religious, concept and what it is doing to the black community, to me, basically what I'm seeing and what I've experienced is that it has ravaged the black community because it has taken away the consciousness out of the black community. Because we use a book called the Bible that most of us really, as I said before, has never read this book entirely. And most of us don't realize that this book is a book that is written in codes. And because this book is written in codes, if you don't know that, then you believe everything you see, and everything that it says.
That's right.
When it's supposed to be taken a whole different way. But unless you come to the light of truth, because even though some religion will say, oh, we have the truth. And you notice, my brother, that every religion that you go to, everybody have the truth.
Right.
You ever notice
there
that?
are many truths.
But what we need to come to is the universal truth.
That's right.
Because that is the real truth.
The principles.
There you go, my brother, the principle. And that's what, I always say to my brother here, Lance, I said to him all the time, is principle that we're dealing with. And when we know the principle of the universe, because man make laws, and law is to restrict the movement of other humans, to control you, to tell you when to do, what to do, how to do, you see. And if we become the free-spirited person that we were meant to be, I always say, you imagine what the world would be. But because a few decide to control the majority, then this is what we get. So we have to come into the point to decipher all this information, really. And so a lot of this information is locked away from us. And I said that religion is part of the gatekeeper to knowledge for us as black people.
Yeah, it goes back to something you and I were discussing, when you say the laws,
right?
The persons who were last informed about those universal laws through the principles,
right, use
the laws to their advantage to create the lockdown. Because when you go by the spiritual principles of Ma'at,
right,
I'm an engineer, and that's how I became involved with finding spirituality, was through my journey asking the Creator to make me a better person,
right,
in my actions and behavior and my thoughts for my words, and to be a better engineer in my profession. And that's how I started coming into this, by just reaching out through different systems of beliefs and customs and procedures that people were using in their systems in society and ancient customs and cultures. I went in deep,
I can imagine,
And with Ma'at, there are restrictions. We're in this room. There's a wall there. It's got a stud in the corner, a stud here, and it's got a foundation. You know, there are some mathematical and principles
Right.
of the universe that says there's gravity, there's also resistance.
Right.
And so being that someone understood those concepts, they created laws to do what you just said, which is to bind people. And if you don't know you're bound,
Right.
you know, you don't know how to get out.
Wow.
You know, it's just like, you know, the guy that has the knots tied up on him or has the handcuffs on, but he understood he could take a hair clip
Right. Right.
and get himself free. You know, with a simple tool. He didn't have to have the key that somebody else had. He had his own key that
Exactly.
he made. You know, and that's part of unlocking the mysteries is you got to
Right.
use yourself.
You see, and that's one of the things that when I go to this now, and I even look even into more of my ancestors or African ancestors, what I realize now more than ever that even their building structures, a lot of it was about even the conception of the human body, and I think that we talk a little bit about that the other day, what they were doing, and so therefore when you look within yourself, that is where you're gonna find the answer. And for me, that's where I found all my answer because I've looked through religion. You know what I'm saying is I've read the book, but the more I've read the book, it doesn't propel you to religion. It pushes you away from religion.
Right.
You see, but because most people, even when they go into this thing called religion, what I find that they do, they actually read the secular religious book more than the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
You see
The
what I'm saying?
pastor's version.
There you go.
The shepherd's tool.
Exactly. So then, therefore, that is become like almost higher than the Bible itself in their
Right.
religion. So now these people who are doing this, they feel very good because now they have the people in full control.
That's very interesting. I know I had shared with you, I was one of those guys running around in the church, you know,
Yeah,
screaming
yeah.
and hollering, throwing my money on the altar and
Right.
doing it up, you know. I ain't ashamed to say it. I enjoyed it when I did it. You know, I look
Right,
back and say,
right.
man, what kind of fool were
So
you?
what was it like when you gave your last dollar?
You know, I never had a last dollar. I'll be honest, man. I was so I had some different upbringings.
Right.
You know, that from as a child.
Yeah.
You know, I was taught you always got to have your own. My parents always said,
Well, I meant your last dollar, like the last dollar that you gave to your church.
"Oh, the
Not
last
because
dollar."
you're always gonna keep money on you. I'm
Oh,
just
yes,
saying, like
yes.
the last dollar.
Oh,
that,
the last dollar.
yeah.
You mean that last dollar?
that last dollar? Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna be honest. My retirement account is off the chain. I mean, I started reading that scripture where it says, you know, this is supposed to be in mine house, and I was thinking, like, if I say that, it's talking about my house. You know, like I'm the house of God. That's me. That's me. You know, I'm supposed to put the money in my, you know, and save it up for that rainy day. So that's what I started doing, and you know, you can't steal from yourself. So the same way I was devoted to giving that to them, you know, I just started to devote that to myself. You know, because I'm God. That's what the Bible says. You don't you know ye are gods. You know, I'm the son of God too. You know, my children are the sons of God too, the daughters of God too. So I had to teach them those same principles.
Exactly.
And that when those folks are in need, then we help folks in need. We go to homeless shelters. We give the people straight off the street. We'll go buy some shoes and
go.
just give it to them if we see them long enough to know their shoe styles when we
Right.
talk to them. And I've been doing that since I was 12, 13 years old. You
There
know,
you go.
I used to get spankings for giving clothes away. My mom would be like, "What are you doing?"
But you see, that's the thing, my brother. You know, this is what I tell people. I said when I was growing up, I grew up under a certain principle that when my mother used to cook, I never forget because this is very, very important to me, that she used to always say, you know, I'm gonna add this little bit of extra rice, or I'm gonna add this little bit of extra flour.
Right.
I'm gonna cook a few extra bananas or whatever it is that she's cooking, because just in case somebody's passing by and hungry, then I have something to give to them.
When my mother used to.
And so one of the things that I realized, you know, over the years, because there was a few people, you know, who you know was really not within themselves in the sense they what you call crazy people, but in a sense to me they wasn't really crazy, but it's the way again society look at things.
Correct.
But they would come to my mother for some reason, and she would always feed them and give them clothes, you know. And so I never forget those things because it leave an impression on me that who we supposed to really take care of is the people that we see in front of us every day. We see the need. We feel the need within our community.
And that's how I stopped getting the spankings. And my mom got on me because I would be missing clothes. And I finally told her the truth.
Right.
Because she saw a guy on a bike. Back then, I don't know if you remember this shoe called Lottos, the soccer shoe. And I had a nice brand new pair of those.
I think that was a down south thing.
Yeah,
But it had to been up north with a different name.
Yeah, it probably was. And then and they had the Velcro. You could change the colors
I know
on
the
it.
one. I know the one you're talking about.
And it was a nice fresh pair because
Yeah.
they had my school colors.
Right.
And she saw this man and she knew that my father was the only guy that would buy a pair of shoes like that. And this guy, he was riding by. My mom saw him and she looked at me. And I said, Mama, he didn't have on any shoes or socks. And he was walking on the hot road barefooted.
Yeah.
And then after that, she had a little conversation with me. And my mom took me, back then there was this place called Pick and Save.
Right.
And they had name brand clothes and stuff in there for very, very dirt cheap. And she took me shopping, man. And she said, you know, I want to tell you I'm proud of you. She said, I didn't know that's what you was doing. She said, I ain't going to say I'm sorry for spanking you, but she at least returned it with gratitude for the training, and she did the same thing. You know, she fed people from her garden, cook extra food, would take it,
right,
and give it to people. Go run this up to your grandmothers.
Right, right,
people stop by
exactly.
grandma's house and eat.
Exactly.
I mean, because we lived on the same property.
Right.
I grew up in a very beautiful community, where it was just full of melanated people.
Right.
And you could go to anybody's house and they had a garden.
There you go.
Every yard
there you go. Yep.
looked nice. Like College Park here.
Right.
That's how my neighborhood looked before freaking drugs.
Same with me coming up, man. Same with me. Beautiful experience.
But you see, that's what I'm saying is that, okay, when I was growing up in my community, I remember that within the at least 20-mile radius, everybody know me. Everybody know what family I belong to. Anyone could discipline me in the street. You see, that's the kind of time that I grew up in.
Right, yeah, same here.
Where your family, they know each other. What I'm saying is that if I find over the years, the black community has been ravaged, like you said, by drugs, by television, and I also say by religion, because what I'm saying is that religion is not helping the black communities to stand up for themselves. They are taken from the black community, but
Right.
they are not given back to the black community. Because when you take your money, for instance, to the church and you give it to the church, they're saying that you should give that to God. So,
Right.
and then God will bless you. But how is God blessing you by giving to the church?
And there was a transition to that too, because just thinking about what you said, growing up. I'm sitting here thinking about what was it like growing up.
Right.
And the first thing, I got religion through my home.
Yes.
My mother made us read the Bible on your own,
Right.
all the way from the cover page
Right.
to the index pages.
Wow.
And then in between, she wanted to just see what you knew, to talk to her
question
about
you
it.
about it. Right.
My father was different. My father, his stance was, I've read it multiple times till I get it, and I'm not going to make you read it. But if you want to read it and you want to come talk to me about it, we can have a conversation.
Right.
But that didn't take place until I was like 12 or 13 years old, right after I got
Right.
baptized
Right.
in the church. And so my father and I never had a church religion relationship.
Right.
We always had, you need to know the struggle relationship, which I thought was a lot more appealing
Yes.
at some point because I was knowing history.
There you go.
Now, in my community, the pastor for the church that I attended was a
Right.
businessman.
Right.
He was a guy, he could see you as a kid walking down the street, and I know this because he did it to me.
Right.
And say, hey, son, what you doing? Well, Pastor Thomas, I'm getting ready to go home. Well, is it too late? You want to have dinner? No, it ain't too late. I called my mom. Yeah, I called her from the phone. He get on the phone. Hey, I got someone. Yeah, you going to have dinner with me? Yes. And then we would have dinner.
Right. Right.
And believe you me, most of his conversation wasn't about the Lord.
You seen that?
His conversation was, what you going to do with yourself, young brother?
There you go.
What you going to do to help the community, young brother?
There you go.
And those were his actions.
There you
He
go.
lived in a house a block away from the church that he built,
There you
that?
go.
that he owned, from his businesses.
There you
Okay.
go.
You see what I'm saying? And he married in a sister later, after his first
Right.
wife passed, she owned stores on the block.
Okay.
So where I grew up, it was mostly, self-sufficient back then.
Right.
And then I saw the transition as I started graduating from high school, going to college, and
Right,
and then
right.
these what do you want to call them? These dome pastors, I'll call them, the ones with the super domes.
Right.
They came in and just blew everything up, and it was exciting for us because we had been in little churches.
Right.
So now we get to go be in the Superdome.
Exactly.
And most people and I was fascinated about that at one
Right,
time.
right.
Until I had recognized, like, this is not what I grew up with. This isn't real. This is superficial. The pastor would
Right.
make house calls, real show up to your front door house calls to see if you were sick with some chicken soup, him and his wife with a big
Right.
pot of food,
Right.
and bringing it, to you. Here in Orlando, I have a pastor that's a bishop that's
Yeah.
still like that. His
Right.
his church may not be located in the actual black community per se, but his behavior is like that. And he's always my friend. He knows
Right.
that. I haven't been back there in a while
Right.
because of my own personal volition to move forward, in the
go.
context of our people spiritually.
Right,
But
right.
that doesn't change my bond as a brother with him because I know where his heart is. And I think if once we just start the deciphering in our knowledge and we can get to read on people's hearts,
Exactly.
our actions may be able to say to them, like, man, maybe I'm not going the right way with this thing.
There you go. So it's more to it than what I'm saying is that, because I tell you something what happened to me a few weeks ago. I was at Tree Mass on a Monday night. We were having this conversation, and one of the things is that I was talking about religion, and I think a young sister, she got very offended. You know what I'm saying? She totally got offended and said, she said, I feel like they're attacking, Christianity. They're attacking, everything is about, and against Christianity. And so,
I used to be the same way in college. I mean, man, I was a 7-day-a-week brother. Bro, I was engrossed. I'm talking about I was submerged and not coming up for no air. I grew gills.
Oh my God.
Okay?
Fins.
I'm telling you, man, I grew gills, man. I turned into a real fish.
Wow.
And, at the time on the campus, there were just so many different religious groups.
right.
And the one that hit me the hardest was this Moorish group of brothers.
Yeah.
And I was
That's right.
no, they didn't have
They didn't have hats?
fezzes on.
Oh, okay.
They was wear very well. I admired the way that they dressed too. They dressed somewhere between the modern and the ancient type of feel. It was
Blending, yeah.
It was not. It was straight. It was
Yeah.
dope. And they didn't hit me up from a religious standpoint. They hit me up from a Masonic standpoint first. Then they went in deep on the religion.
Right.
And then they said, man, you the only brother that's ever been able to just stand here and talk to us. And a pastor walked by.
Yeah.
And they kind of got louder. And they had me in a circle, man. And he couldn't come through unless he broke the circle.
right.
And so they opened up the circle. And by the time he got in the middle, they said, see, even Christian pastors won't stand here and talk to us. And he looked at everybody in their face, and he looked at me, and he knew me.
Right.
And he didn't even ask me how I was doing because he was afraid of what those brothers was going to ask.
There you go.
And so in my conversation with them, I transitioned that to a Bible conversation. We were having some Bible trivia, quizzing each other.
Right.
And they said, well, why don't you take a list of these things and go ask your pastor to give you the answer?
Yeah.
I said, okay. And they were shocked that I would actually take
And go.
the information.
Right.
But I had been groomed as a child. You never turn down knowledge.
Right.
The Bible says Jesus has a program for people who reject knowledge. That he'll even reject your children because you reject knowledge. So, because my parents instilled and encouraged me to read the Bible from cover to cover and then make my own connections. See, that's how you really learn is when you make a lot of your own connections. And then you go back to the elder.
Yeah.
And then the elder say, okay, well, you could have added this piece, and this piece. And then it go like,
There you go.
Eureka. Like, oh, this thing coming full circle.
Right. Right.
This thing's coming full circle. So
Yeah.
I've always been a Bible reader, and I once, I got into my Masonic studies, it got a little bit more intense for me.
Right.
But outside of that, I didn't really start growing until 14 years ago. I'm almost 50 years old, man.
Right.
You know, and I joined the Masonic Lodge in 1993. So just think about the time gaps,
Right.
you know,
right.
between my, you know, learning and been in different groups and just stagnated, you know, just not
Right.
even getting it, and it's all around you, and it's sad because you'll be in environments where there are other people that are not as melanated as you that have information
Right.
and knowledge and kind of quietly laugh at you.
Wow.
Because you don't know who you are, you know.
And that's a beautiful thing that you just said right there. I think, you know, for us, and I think that's the biggest thing in our community, we don't know who we are.
Right.
And until we come into knowing who we are and accepting who we are, is what I'm saying, and love of self, instead of, you know, getting in this thing where you want to always be somebody else.
Right.
And that's, for me, I learned those things over time. Is what I'm saying, is I learned that, you know, by going into different religions, studying different religion, knowing what they're all about, and realizing what's going on there. You see, so now that I've stepped away, my spirit, you know, propelled me away from that, seeing for myself with my own two eyes by looking into different aspects. Because one thing I find with religion, each religion will tell you, don't study or read the other religion's books. We will do it for you, and yeah, you know, we'll do it for you.
Now you know, you know when you say that, man, I'll tell you that is when you're a 7-day-a-week Gil, you're going deep,
Right.
Christian brother,
Right.
bro. You're dead on point, man. I mean, I would be told by the deacons, now when you come up to these brothers, you do not yield the faith.
There you go.
You do not yield, and I stand strong, thinking I'm doing something, and
Right.
and just actually just blocking yourself
Exactly.
from growing
Exactly.
and maturing.
Exactly.
You know, just
Exactly.
blocking yourself totally.
Exactly. Because if they wasn't trying to hide something from you per se, why would they say to you, don't read these other religious literature? You see what I'm saying? So for me now, I get very suspicious when you start telling me that kind of thing, like, okay, what is it that you're trying to hide? You see, because if you keep my knowledge limited, then I become limited.
Right.
As humans, one thing I come to know through my search, that we are limitless.
That's right.
Unless you let somebody else place this limitation on you and put you in this box.
Bind you up.
You see what I'm saying? Exactly. And so I decided that I'm not going to be in the box. I'm going to be outside the box. I'm going to be living according to what I know.
Right.
You see, not
And most
according
of our
to-
people lived. I mean, when you really get to the essence of it, if you are not allowed to read and write as a person on this
Right.
planet, as a being on this planet, as most of our forefathers and mothers were
Right,
brought through, and I'm gonna use a different term. They was pledging
right.
the ultimate pledge
Yes.
to join the ultimate fraternity, which is
Right.
the one of knowing yourself.
Right.
Okay, they went through some extreme
Yes.
hazing,
Yes.
some
Yes.
seriously. You're not allowed to know any words. You can only communicate that which you know,
Yes.
and you learning it through nature.
Absolutely.
You know how? I mean, just think about how we live. And how can you fathom? I mean, sometimes I'm not even able to get my head around how their concept of the creator, like, you would almost think that they would be spitting at it, right? They would be
Yeah.
spitting at the concept
Exactly.
of any
Exactly.
form of spirituality
Ex-
with what they're going through, but yet they had this, what I know now would be the peace of Asar.
Yes.
At the stage of our
Yes.
men, total tranquility.
Yes.
Understanding the lash is coming, and when it come, I gotta take it.
Yes.
That I'm gonna be up all day.
Yes.
And this brother on Twitter sent a picture out. It had a 4-year-old baby with a cotton bag picking cotton. I never even fathomed that they would make the babies pick cotton.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm a Johnny come lately, bro. The last 15 years, I'm being honest. I'm, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not on a lot of other knowledge. I'm not, but,
Right. No,
but
I
as
follow
far
you.
as seeing the secondhand experience of a photo,
Right.
You know, you hear people say stuff, but until you see
See it. You
the
see it
photo,
with your own two eyes. Yes.
yes, and you see the equipment in the back, and you know, like, man, that's an old picture because
Yeah.
it's a mule.
Yeah.
You know, I call that the equipment.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
So those realities in my thought processes allow me to make way
Right.
to open up to get more information. And it's not even really about the information. It's just the way you discover your inner self through meditating,
There you
through
go.
your prayers, any mantras that you decide to
Right,
say,
right,
you know,
right.
to get yourself in a trance,
Right.
to go inside yourself.
Exactly.
And even you do it in the church. People don't know that they're doing it. I watched it growing up. I never identified with it all the way because I didn't know it was an African system.
As you hit that, my brother, you know, when I was growing up, I remember they had this building, you know, these people that helped to raise us, they were older people. They had the building, I forgot what they call it basically, but what they would do on the weekend, they used to have the African drums. And they used to have on, you know, like these African clothes. And so what they would do on a Sunday evening, they would go in there and they would play the drums. And they would almost get, not almost, they would get into a trance. And you're like, what is this all about? But even though these are people who would go to church, but that was a stronger part of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I always admire these people because there was, you know, so I used to be there, and the drum, when the drum beat, it does something to you and something for you.
Now we didn't have drums. They had
No.
they had people that had sticks, big sticks,
Right,
hitting the floor with their
Right.
shoes, clappers,
right.
tambourines. And man, I'm telling you, sometimes as a kid, I didn't identify it, but I would get into that moment. My head would start bobbing into it, and next thing you know, and it was consuming to the time, but I didn't understand it. I didn't know what it was.
There you go. But what I'm saying is, though, those things leave an imprint on you.
Oh yeah,
And so now that you come into spirituality, you follow what I'm saying? You come into true spirituality. Because as African people, we are spiritual people. We are not religious people, so to speak. We are spiritual people. Now, the Europeans sell us religion. And as I said before, religion is to take away spirituality. That's because they realize that, look, if you don't remove spirituality from these African people, you will never be able to control them.
well that goes back to all the other cultures that invaded Kemet.
Exactly.
You know, they themselves were seeking, and we had already given it to them.
Right.
And I'm saying we from an ancestral standpoint,
Right.
from the genetic standpoint.
Totally
But it was already given to them through the story of Asar. It says
Right.
Asar went out too. That's it. That's the photo. That's it, fam. I
I'm gonna have
mean,
to hold it up in front of the camera.
yeah, that's man. You talking about taking the butter from the duck?
Right.
That photo, that says it all right there.
Right.
So you know, Asar went out to all the nations of the world to
Right.
teach peace
Right.
and spirituality, and you get all of that through the Tree of Life, you know, information of the Metu Neter.
Right.
And once I came into knowing that information, I went back through the timeline of history, and you
Right.
can see it, and you can see where everybody wanted to get their spirituality because they thought that that's how they could gain access to building the great monuments and everything
Right.
else. When that's just a small part of it.
Exactly.
But the true spirituality is that connection with you and the divine.
There you go. But that's why I tell people, said, look, you have to realize, you know, you always hear the concept, okay? The people say God is almighty, God is all knowing, God is all seeing. And I said, okay, so how is God is all seeing and almighty? Because realizing that come into knowledge, you realize that you are part of the all.
That's right.
what's
that's how
amazing.
the all can see everything.
There you go, my brother. So, you know, through your eyes, through my eyes, through his eyes and her eyes and all of us together. And so we become we are a part of that.
Hey, they're duplicating everything in modern technology. It's like the grand server
Right.
that's fed
Right.
from all the users. All right, they have IP addresses. That's the concept of the internet, man.
But you see what I'm saying, though, my brother, we're not thinking at that level because we are not taught. We are not trained to think on that level.
Right.
We are always trained to think outside of ourselves, not inside of ourselves. And so when you look at religion also, like I said, and for the educational system for the most part, it teaches you to think outside yourself. God is up there.
Right.
The devil is up there. And all of these different things, these demons are up there, are out there, are wherever they want to place them.
We had a conversation on demons.
Right.
So we know what that is now.
You taught us well.
Right. So we know what those things are all about. And that's why I tell people, you need to search. You need to come into this knowledge for yourself. Don't depend on an institution, because I don't even like the word institution, because what does institution do? They actually control. You see what I'm saying is, because if we don't, one of the things I find for us, that we don't think about words, but words have a lot of power. Because just to give you an instant, people use the word police force all the time. What is a force? You say to serve them, no, they're not there to serve and protect you. They are a force.
Well, they tell you now they're law enforcement.
Exactly.
They're the police force for law enforcement.
So, you see, we got to see.
My dad's police car used to say protect and serve on the outside when I was a kid.
Right, but that has changed.
That has changed.
So what I'm saying, we don't follow things. We don't ask the question, because for me, I'm always questioning religion. I'm always questioning these things, because you need to know what these things are all about. And so when I come into that, and I'm saying, but this doesn't make any sense. One time I asked a person that, about God, I said, okay, so where does God come from? I was very young.
I used to ask that question as a child.
I was very young. You know what I'm saying?
And then, church folk will be like, nah, you don't need to worry about that. Just stick with Jesus and you'll be okay.
And that's the thing. That's always their go-to. But when you realize, okay, no, this can't be it. So when you start to really realize that all these things that they're selling to you, just like you're talking about the SAR and peace and things like that, the same concept that they're selling with Jesus about, Jesus supposed to be the peacemaker and all these different things, they just take that from Asar.
That's correct.
And place it on this Jesus.
They said in the Nicene Creed, he was just like the Father. So who is his Father? Well, you go to the real tree of life. If you study in the Bible and you find it, you find out that Asar is God the Father. He's at the top of the tree of life, up underneath the heavens, which would be the representation of Asar, Atum, and Ra, and all the other higher manifestations of the creation.
Exactly. And one thing I find out with religion too, and this is the thing, just like white supremacy demonized black people, I find religion demonized Egypt or Kemet. They demonize.
Well, let's not say. Let's pick a new word.
Right.
Because that's our word. From what we read, that's our word.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is they put the stigma.
Or you could say they modernly demonized.
Right. There you go, my brother. You see, because under the concept of what we thought that demons were, right. But now coming to knowledge again.
Yes,
then
sir.
you understand what it's all about.
Right.
So
and it takes the fear
out of all of that.
It just drains all of that.
And that's a beautiful point to just make right there. Think about this. I don't know if you remember a time when you used to be scared of dying.
Man. I was scared to go down the street by the cemetery.
Exactly.
Talking about dying. The cemetery was 1 block from the house.
But what I'm saying is, though, now that your mind is free and you come into the know about all of these things, then you start to realize, wow, all of these things that I was afraid of is nothing to be in fear of.
Nothing.
But is something to appreciate.
That's correct.
And so you look at life on a whole different level. And then
the ancestors was proud to prepare themselves to enter the duat.
You imagine that. Look at it. You know, when I watched the documentary 1804, right? And I saw these brothers just running and jumping into the cannon.
Jumping into the cannon.
Into the cannon. I'm thinking like, wow, man. You know, these brothers were, you know, they really knew who they were. They realized that what we have to do to set our people free. And so, even though I look back and I see, here's these brothers that really fought to set us free, but we gave that back up for some time. You know, we walk away from our brothers in IT and our brothers in Africa and all these different places. We walk away, we separate ourselves from them because we allow, you know, this thing called white supremacy to separate us from each other.
And you know what, man? On that note, when I was in college, I had the worst misconception that had been framed in my mind,
right,
about people from Haiti, and I got it from television.
Yes,
the internet was not, you know, like it is now.
Right.
You know, there was not videos. There was, you know, not all these pictures and
Yes.
things of that nature. And
It was only as good as what you uploaded, and it was very lean then.
Exactly, very, very lean. And I remember being in this. I was selected actually.
Right.
I had to compete against 150,000 people in
Right.
the United States total.
Yeah.
And 1,500 of us were awarded a Dwight D. Eisenhower Fellowship.
Right.
And at Florida A&M, I think we were one of the few schools that had the most or the highest number to receive this.
Wow.
This quote unquote very highly prestigious fellowship.
Right.
And 3 of the sisters was from Haiti.
Wow.
And I looked at them and I said, "You're not from Haiti?" And she was like, "Why am I not from Haiti?" I said, "You don't look like you Haitian." And she said, "Well, what does a Haitian look like?" I said, "Not you." And man, she whipped out her book. She had a picture book with her of her family, you know, just a little 5x7
Right.
thing she carried. The mountains she showed me, and where she was from, and her
Yeah.
uncles, and I'm like, man, I've been lied to.
Yes.
And it was another one of those stirring moments
Yes.
where
Yes.
you realize that what is being given through your eyes
Yes.
is creating a pattern of thought in your
There
mind.
you go, my brother.
And I
There you
apologize to her because
Yes.
she was a very, very beautiful young lady.
Right.
And I thought people from Haiti had a whole nother look to them based on TV.
There you go. And I tell you, the funny thing is, like I said, you know, I used to work with some Asian brothers a long time ago. We all work in a restaurant together. And there was some really good people. You know, I get to know them through that because you hear all these misconceptions. But the other day, we were at an event, you know, about bringing the black family back together. And I was there and I was telling the brothers and sisters, I said, you know, here is where we have a problem. Until we stop looking at each other, that I'm from Jamaica, you from America, he's from Haiti, she's from, you know, St. Lucia or St. Martin or from Africa or wherever. The reality is we have to see each other as one people.
That's right.
We have to see each other through one eye. When it comes to if I said the Chinese people, no matter where they are Chinese people. They are one people.
That's right.
You look at the Indian people, they are one people. Everybody else is one people except us. We are not we are separated in every different category. Oh, you are St. Lucian, you are Barbadian, you are Jamaican, you are African, you are from there or here or the other.
Hey,
same.
even the
Haiti.
African brothers,
Right.
to an nth degree, I think it's changing now. I've been sending out a lot of tweets on the re-amalgamation that they're having with the Chinese, and I think
Right.
just like the Eritreans and the Ethiopians now
Right.
have, you know, bonded themselves back together.
Right.
That was in the news. So I think there's, you know, with that, yes, you know, even the countries themselves, like, I'm from Mali.
There you go.
I'm from here. I'm from
Kenya.
Yeah, I'm from
this,
Ghana.
I'm from-
I think a lot of
Exactly.
that's starting to come down.
But the reason why that is changing, my brother, and I have to give thanks for this. This same tool that we're using right now, we're sitting here using the thing called internet. But I says that this is going to be white supremacy Achilles' heel. Because the fact is, my brother, is that they never knew that black people was going to learn who they are through this same tool. And that black people was going to bring themselves together through this same tool. Because what I'm saying now, you don't have to write a letter to a brother in Africa anymore. You don't have to just make a phone call. A brother in Africa could be sitting there in Africa and looking at you and me right here. A brother in Jamaica, a brother in Haiti, a brother in St. Lucia, St. Martin, St. Vincent, or anywhere around the world, in England or wherever our brothers are. They can see this.
Beautiful thing.
You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that in the sense where now we are coming together, and that's why I said the spirit of the ancestors is arising. And it is risen up into this generation.
Well, we're changing gates.
Right, exactly. So the gate, you see, again, there you go. It's a shift that is happening right now, because the universe must balance itself out. And that's why I go back to the point again when I say, if religion was the thing for us as a people to bring us together, we would be already united. But we can see that is not the truth. But you can see now how we are coming together as one people, as you mentioned, because brothers in Africa is realizing now, because when they used to come here, but without you having these tools, they used to say to them, you're not the same as the black American. And they used to say to the Jamaican, you're not the same as the black Americans.
I remember
They are
that,
lazy,
man.
they are this, they are that, and the other. And so when you really come into here and you look at your brother and he look just like you, and then you say, well, something is wrong here. But you realize, what is it that you're talking about? These brothers are lazy, because I've seen a lot of black American brothers that I work with, and they have no bone of laziness in them. And so you realize it's a tool of division to keep you separate from each other, because there's a force that is working against us for us not to come together, because they know the moment that we come together, then it's game over.
There you go.
I'm going to go back to the Haitians a little bit. So first I want to send a shout out to the Haitian family, and specifically I want to send a shout out to my good brother and my surrogate father, Dr. Yves Anglade. He is an associate dean for engineering technology.
Wonderful.
The brother has a PhD in civil engineering.
Wonderful.
And he is the professor as well at the Florida A&M University. And very, very knowledgeable about Haitian history, Boukman, Dessalines,
Jean-Jacques
Toussaint,
Dessalines,
man. And he was a brother that actually gave me more information on the happenings in history of Haiti. I had limited. I knew about the revolution. I knew about key players. But he actually put it relative in the context. Wow. And his reasons for coming to the United States. And we work great together. I mean, he's been, very insightful and helpful to me over the last 10, 12 years that I've known him. I think we go back a couple of years before that too, but it was kind of a gray area I didn't really know of him. And he wasn't the dean at the time. He was he was a director and a professor. But just wanted to make sure I put that shout out there. And he was the one who broke the ice for me to actually get in more with knowing that family. Because this brother was a PhD. He was an engineer that worked in the corporate America system. He served in the military. Now, some brothers, RBGs, may say, hey, I can't be down with him. But we need people at all facets of leadership to know and how to operate things. Once we're in a position to transition legacy of jobs, careers, businesses, you have to have a coach, you have to have a mentor, you have to have a trainer, you have to have an instructor. And so with the Haitian family, I was able to break the walls of Vodun because I had met a priest, not through Dr. Anglade, but just from other people, just communicating, and speaking with them, getting to know them. And this brother was a lawyer.
Wow.
so I began to be more fascinated with understanding who we are as a people from the spiritual side of things. When you meet someone like that,
enlightenment, true enlightenment.
Yeah, I mean, you first, you're talking like business, corporate businessmen, and you're trying to be all proper with each other and everything.
Right.
And we got down to earth, of course. We wasn't all that extreme. But,
Right.
But we were talking business, and I leaned in, and he saw my necklace. And he said, you're a son of a Tsar. And I said, yes, I am. And then we started having conversations, and he went into the whole principles of it, and he was even correlating the tree of life
Right.
deities, which are principles,
Right.
with the Vodun system.
Right.
And I was just there I said, can I get my pen and pad? I mean, can you hold up? So he said, yeah, well, let's go, down the street to one of the little coffee shops. And we was there before I knew it, like 8 hours, man.
Wow.
I mean, time just went
Flying.
boom. Yeah, and I probably had like 3 pages of just straight up information
Wow.
that I could use. So now when I see the Haitian family, it's like this glow inside of me. It's like, man,
Yes.
I know you.
Yes.
I understand an nth degree, and thank you for what you did. Back in the 1804.
And and that's what I'm saying is that, one of the things is that, what we're running from all the time is what we need to run towards. What people are telling us to be in fear of is what we need to go towards, because when we go towards
And share it with the children.
Exactly.
Share it with the children. I showed my children a documentary I found on the internet when they were showing when they took the word Vodun and converted it to voodoo.
Right.
And made movies about it. And who
There
did
you
they
go.
have up there as the zombie? Brothers and sisters.
There you go.
Brothers
There
and
you go.
sisters walking around as zombies trying to
Yes.
eat up the pink African family.
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying is so.
That's your first Walking Dead series.
But these images that continue to be portrayed about, even, I don't know if you remember, like these movies called the Jane and Tarzan movie.
Oh man, I grew up on Sundays watching that,
these
man.
black people trying to cook, these people in the boiling pot and all that kind
Can
of
you
stuff.
imagine being a kid being mesmerized and traumatized by, training you to root for Tarzan?
That's what I'm saying. So you're always rooting for Tarzan to beat up the black people, to escape from them, and all of these kind of things. And you see just the images portrayed, and that's one of the things that I remember. I remember, because I tell black people all the time. I say, here's a situation where these people tell us that, we came to Africa, we take you out of the jungle, and then we civilize you. You see what I'm saying is, really and truly think about these things and see what these things has done to the black family. You follow what I'm saying? See what it has done to the black family. So we as a people have to realize now we have to really go into our people brain actually and actually wash out all that they know. And that's why it's important for us as black people to teach our children these knowledge now, as you say, my brother. We have to teach them this knowledge. We have to bring them into themselves. We have to show them a different picture. We have to show them that this is not you.
It can be easily done. I tell you, in my journey, and I'm going back through my childhood experiences, so for the audience, so they can get an idea of who I have become in my person.
Right.
I predominantly grew up in an environment where it was just folks that looked like me.
Right.
There were no folks that didn't look like me in my neighborhood, and we
Right.
talking about a 5-mile radius or so.
Right.
There probably wasn't any for a 10-mile radius. I don't know,
Right.
but I know within 5 miles you couldn't drive around or walk around and see anybody that didn't look like you.
Right.
And that went from the gas station owner to the clothing store owner. Code
Right.
19 was the clothing store. Mr. Quarterman's was the gas station.
Right.
He had a deal with the 76, I think it was, or Phillips. I don't know, one of those gas stations.
Yeah.
I
think it's 76.
76, yeah. And we had the Stampers that had stores that was confection stores. We had grocery stores, fish markets. My cousins had a little juke joint. I don't know for the people in the South, if you know what a juke joint is. Where he served barbecue. He served barbecue and fish dinners, and
Right.
but he got all his stuff from the people that was across the street or right there at the block.
Exactly.
So it was an interchange of commerce going on there.
Yes.
And my dad always had shade tree mechanics, real shade tree mechanics, guys that actually used to work for dealerships, but worked on their own. A lot of my cousins that were auto mechanics, body mechanics. I didn't have to leave my community for much of anything. I didn't know what a real Winn-Dixie was until I decided I wanted to get a job.
Right.
When I was 16, my dad was like, "You sure that's what you want to do?" He said,
Let me just make one announcement really quick so to cut you. For everybody who's trying to get into the new chat room, due to a technical glitch, something in the code that I did, it's my mistake. We're going to open up the regular YouTube chat room. And for those who are viewing, that's why it's been dead. So I've been messing up over here for a little while. But let's go to the YouTube chat room to continue the chat. And we'll be back with the next show with the new upgraded one that has more features. So my bad. All right? Right.
Yeah.
Well, good. We got that straight. So got to get the technology on point. So much technology. I'm still behind on a lot of this. I'm still growing.
Believe me, my brother.
So I grew up in a community where everybody was predominantly melanated. Went to a all black high school, historically black high school. And I'm using that word black liberally there to say that because that's a lawful term, a code of law term. So I'm very careful of how I use it now that I've been informed and been learning how to use those contexts. And we didn't talk about pink Africans. I go back in my mind, I'm thinking like, I knew they existed, but we didn't talk about them. I was always taught you be excellent, you take care of yourself, you take care of the community. Right. You respect old ladies. Yes. You know, the elders. Yes. You know, you don't beat on little girls. You don't do this to girls. You make sure you know you love the girls. Right. You know, and as far as I can recall, I was never told, hey, don't be hanging out with girls or anything of that nature. Right. You know, it was like you need to respect the girls. And so as I matriculated, as I got older, you know, the context of being with women was a normal thing. Right. You know, the natural thing, the context of getting a job, the context of having your own business all the time, having a trade, something you can do to fall back on. Yes. That in case work don't work out for you. Right. Then you know where you can do your thing. Right. And make sure you understand it and practice it. Right. You know, I had some military training. You know, my father sent me to military schools during the summer. Right. So I learned how to shoot real weapons. Right. You know, I have all the awards and things and some photos, not a lot, to show. Right. Show that. And I was an Army ROTC. Had an excellent senior military Army instructor who graduated from a historically black college. I could have went to West Point. I got accepted to the prep school. But I admired him so much. I said, man, if this brother, this man, this quote unquote so-called black man can get that rank that he has on his shoulder, then I want to go to that school. Because I found out it was a school full of people that looked like me. Right. And that's not to take away from the pink African family. It's just a course of loving yourself, you know. Well, and that's the basis of a child. My school of thought. You know, my father was my role model. My mother was my heroine. I got a A in college in my English 102 class for writing a series of stories and poems about my mother, the heroine. You know, I should have turned into a comic book because I kind of created stories of my childhood based around her. Right. You know, doing things. And as far as the religious aspect, growing up, my family had a household to share with you earlier where you had to read the Bible from cover to end. Right. You had to have a discussion. You were only required to go to Sunday school. And she said the reason you're going to Sunday school is so that you can ask questions. But you cannot ask questions if you haven't read. There you go. And so that's how I was brought up, and that's how I got into not really being religious because it wasn't applied to me in that way. Not until I got into college did I become religious. Yes. Because the church that I attended at the time, which were two different ones, you know, you had all the doctors and the lawyers and you had all the aspiring people who wanted to speak the vernacular of a certain way and act, you know, a certain way, and the esteem and the prestige and the connects and the political, you know, aggro that you got from being with those folks, right?
Yeah.
And so being a college student, you trying to be down with whoever gonna lift you up.
Right.
Because you don't know any better.
Right.
And not to make pun of them or plight of them, but that was the environment that I had become accustomed to. And then I switched to someone that was familiar and akin to my family. And they were on the Black Liberation platform, you know, as a pastor.
Right.
You know, and I was confusing to some people because he was Republican. But nonetheless, his ideals to uplift people were there. However, on the religious side, there was that lack of information. Or if he knew, shame on all of us if he didn't tell us the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So coming up through that, and that 7 day a week guy was me again. You know, growing gills. You know, coming out of college. When I moved to Orlando, I did not have that totality of that utopia of all the people that look like me.
Right.
You know, the only other time I stepped out of that boundary was when I took a trip to Alaska, and I was doing. Don't laugh at me when I say this, but I was crazy. I was doing some deadly as catch work, bro. Seriously, no joke. You can. I got somebody that can confirm this.
Right.
Oh, we believe you.
And once I got out there on the Bering Sea, I really couldn't handle it. It was a month in, and I had to go back to the mainland. But it was a brother who owned his own ship.
Right.
He had a couple of ships and was catching fish, and he hooked me up. He took me back in and got me landed with Icicle Seafoods. On that ship, 250 people, I got to know almost every religion on the planet.
Wow.
I was able to get one-to-one, first-hand information, met people who never even heard of the word God.
Wow.
And I don't know if they was tripping with me, playing with me, but they, in their mind, they only understood nature.
But,
See?
But look here. In the Bible, they said that Paul, well, I read it, where Paul says, he says, those who do not have law become a law to themselves. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of people actually on this planet here. They don't hear that concept of the God who you and I know. And that fall under the category of most like indigenous people, because they don't get this concept of what religion called God.
And you're right. The folks who I was talking to, they were the Inuit children, some people that were there that worked on the ship. And we were in Dutch Harbor.
Right.
That's where I met them, and I had a conversation with them.
Right.
And they were looking at me strange, like,
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Because the people who come in, they don't talk about religion like that on the ships.
Right.
When they're transporting, you don't have anybody doing missionary work out in the cold. Going through the ice, go deliver this word. No, I don't think that was happening, because those people, they didn't get that message.
Right.
And Pakistanis, Sri Lankans, Chinese people, Japanese people, people from different parts of Africa that I met. There were people from Russia, Czech. I mean, I got a list. I still have all their names, and some of them I can't contact anymore. But I try to write them because we didn't have email. Just, I just got physical addresses. Yeah. And every blue moon I'll get something, particularly from the brothers from Sri Lanka, because they moved to Florida.
Okay.
Wow. You know what they did when they got here?
They look you up.
Not only they looked me up, they invited me to come buy something at their gas station.
Oh wow!
and they were the most spiritual people, if I can go back to use that word, that when I met them, than anybody on the ship that I met, because they were Muslims. Right. And when we talked about religion, their whole concept of religion was totally different, like you said, than what I had.
There you go.
They even viewed Jesus differently than the way we view Jesus. Right. And they started to teach and tell me things, that I was, as a Christian, wasn't never open to.
Here you go.
And I would still consider myself a Christian then.
Right.
And it wasn't changing my faith per se, because as an engineer, you have to try every equation to balance it to zero when you're mastering the art of statics,
Right.
and balancing loads.
Right, right.
And so in my mind, with my spiritual awakening, even though I didn't know it had started back then,
Right.
I was balancing the information because I'm thinking this guy, he's from all the way on the other side of the world. He's all the way over here now. God, why am I supposed to be talking with this guy about this thing at this moment, at this time? And I would ask myself those questions on the ship when I was there at night, because
Right.
there was nothing for you to do but work, sleep, and eat, and
I would
commune with
imagine.
people.
Right, right.
Here, every day was a day of learning from somebody else, and I was out there almost
the
a
best
year.
way.
But that's a beautiful thing, and that's what I'm saying is that if you even think about it right now, we as a people, we have lost the art of conversation because of these phones and these different things that they're given to us.
Right.
We lose the art of
I like
conversing
that, the
together.
art
You see
of
what I'm
conversation.
saying?
Right. That's right.
So now, and that's why I tell people, you got to learn to put the cell phone aside. When you sit around your dinner table with your family, there shouldn't be cell phone in your hand. When you go out to a restaurant, there should be no cell phone. You should say all cell phone leave in the car.
That's a requirement in my house. You come
because-
in the house, you got to put your cell phone aside.
Right, because look here, when you didn't have a cell phone and you go to a restaurant, okay, what happened? Even if a person say to you, "I got an emergency," if your mother in the hospital, you'll find out. You see what I'm saying is? But the thing is that even if they call you on the cell phone, okay, and say, "Oh, I'm having a heart attack," what are you gonna do?
And to relate this back to religion, I know the families out there probably
Right.
talking about like, where are they going with all of this? It's grassroots, man. It's common sense. We can get into a timeline. We can get into functionality of, who started it, when they started it. The bottom line is the art of conversation, starting in the home,
Yes,
like my parents
exactly.
did.
Exactly.
Your requirement is you're going to go to Sunday school. You're not going there to do anything but ask questions.
There
I
you go.
remember my mother telling me that.
Right.
But you have to read first. She said, why are you going to go somewhere to do something you haven't read?
You see, exactly.
And those simple things can
Basic
take you
understanding.
far.
Yeah.
Right. Because as you say now, okay, so when you sit around the dinner table or the breakfast table, those are the conversations you can have. These are the conversations that your children can ask you that, "Listen, Dad, I've read the Bible. I've read this particular chapter in the Bible. I want you to explain this thing to me because it doesn't make any sense."
See, I did that. Now, I'm going to tell you what I ran across. My first question I asked my parents,
Right.
and I looked at my mother and I said, "Mama, I know I don't want you to slap me." I had to put it to
You made sure to get
Right,
that one out of the way
right,
real
right.
Mama, I
quick.
don't want you to slap me, but do you really think Eve came out of Adam's rib? Now, I watched PBS growing up.
Right.
And I think that was the first time they actually showed like a live, like a woman giving birth to a baby in a pool.
Right.
And as far as I knew, babies didn't come from no stores, because I heard my mama say plenty of time, "Boy, I spit you up out of me, out of this here womb.
There you go.
And I brought you into this
I'll
world,
take you
and I
out."
will take you out." So
That's
I
right.
knew
Yeah.
that children came from out of women.
There you go.
But I had to ask that question. That was the first question I asked. Then the second question, when I got a little bit more into this whole thing, and I'm talking, man, I was 12 and 13 years old.
Right.
I went to my dad with this one. And I said, "Pops, this thing with Cain, he had a wife." We were talking about the man-woman
Right,
thing, so I
right.
went to my
Oh, yeah.
dad. I said, "Now, did Cain get with his mama? Because they got a whole lot of children. We replenish the earth. I'm trying to grasp, because they made me read.
Right.
And I knew math. I could understand concepts from people in my community. And my aunt, I seen with my aunt when she was pregnant.
Right.
I seen my cousins when they were pregnant. I seen the men who they claimed was the daddy
Right. Right.
of the babies that they were carrying
Right.
inside their uterus and their bodies.
Right.
And in my time, I'm asking my father, I'm like, how is this possible? Like, this is not making sense. And then Cain has a wife. Did they have a daughter? Did Adam and Eve have a daughter? And then who are these people in the land of Nod? Who are these people? that said that they would have a mark placed upon them,
Right.
and God would bring fury and all hell and everything else if they mess with Cain.
Right.
After Cain done killed Abel, like he getting off the hook or something, you know. So I was informed from reading, the comprehension, because my parents made me read. They made me read comic books, fun stuff, funny papers, newspapers, everything, you know, constantly, and had to report back to them, let them know what I read. Did I understand what I was reading? Did I grasp it? And so I do the same with my children. I think family that's out there can do what you said, get around that table, because in my home we do it on Wednesday nights. We have what we call Wisdom Wednesday.
Right.
And my children work out of books, and we have a study guide that either is already prepared or I make the time to prepare one.
Right.
So that they have engaging questions, or they have their own questions they can write out for, on dialogue, you know, asking questions. And I think with that approach to religion, first we got to take away that fear factor we talked about.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
I mean, the Pope just said this year there is no hell. I'm gonna say that again for y'all, family. You can go find it. The Pope said. For those of y'all who still hooked to the Pope, the Pope said there is no hell. Now you can go find that on the internet, find out when he said it, and if you really want to go how the Morris brothers, how we look at it, you know, you go to the Black's Law Dictionary and it tells you what hell is.
Exactly.
It tells you it's a place under the king's chamber where all the debtors are. Mm-hmm. You know, so we have to get into these words, like you said earlier, know and break these words down. Use etymological dictionaries. You know, screw the esoteric dictionary, which is the one that's in everybody's hand. Go to the exoteric dictionary is the one that's in everybody's hand, the EX. Let's go to the ES, the esoteric dictionary, so you can get the root of the word when it was created and the roots of the languages that it's derived from.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
And you will find, if you are a seeker,
there you go,
that most of and all of these words come out of the Kemetic Metu Neter.
You see, my brother, you use a very powerful word there. A very, very powerful word. Seeker. Mm-hmm. Most of us, unfortunately, are not seekers.
Jesus tells you to seek.
You see, so but that's what I'm saying is, if you, the point is that, you know, you read these concepts in the Bible where it says, if you want knowledge, you say keep knocking and it will open to you. Okay, so keep asking and it will be given to you. So the reality is, as I say, for us as a people, we are not seekers. Which is, if you think and look what seekers mean, we are truly looking deep within. We want to know. And so we always are yearning for this knowledge,
right,
to raise up the vibration, so to speak. You see, when you raise your vibration, then you can help others also to raise their vibration,
right,
who have a certain amount of interest in knowing.
And I used to be a pusher. And I remember when my wife walked up,
right,
you know, I admit it, man, I used to be bad, brother. I mean, when I first came into knowing, I just cut everything off. Church, people, everything. Because I wanted to get into the rudiments of knowing.
Right.
As an engineer, we don't guess.
Right.
We don't believe.
Right.
We must know. It's just like doctors, brother. Doctors don't believe. They must know.
Exactly.
And when, you know, remember at one point they used to say doctors had the God concept. You know, the God, what did they call it? The God something, ego, or whatever they called it.
Right.
You know, they had this stigma attached to doctors.
Right.
You know, doctors think they're God. Well, engineers think they're God too. We think we're God. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with me thinking I'm like my father, my creator, my mother of the universe, huh? Right?
There you go.
I'm a creator too. It designed me to be a creator too. So when you get to that point of knowing yourself from within and not without, okay? Because the without is an extended fantasy of imagination.
There you go.
Your reality is what is you, what is within you.
There you go.
Even though you still cannot see and perceive it, you still know it's there. Because you're involuntarily heart beating, lungs working, You got things going on inside this beautiful biomechanical piece of art that you have no fathoming clue of how it's happening. Doctors are still coming up with answers on how this thing is being put together and working.
Especially when you look at how there's so many systems encased in your rib cage. I mean, when you look at it,
Right.
the circulatory system, the skeletal system,
Endocrine system.
the nervous system, the digestive system, the reproductive system, in your physical eyes, how this all works together, and we feed it with our meals. We sleep and it works together. Rest. It's so vast. There's no way this could be by chance.
It's all part of, like the brother say, the one system.
And we resonate with each other and the world around us with all these systems in us. Show me a smartphone or a computer that is made so wonderfully. See?
Well, let me show you something.
And they're all modeled after us.
Exactly.
Right,
Exactly.
All modeled after us.
Because look here, if you think about it, right here is where all what we would call fiber optic cables, okay,
Yep.
is going down through one place. You ever see when they run fiber optic cable? Look at the human body, okay, and look right here, straight from here all the way down, and they branch off and go different places. And think about this thing: if you hurt your toe, it registers here before it registers there.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying? That's how fast
Super
it
fast.
moves. I mean, without a blink of an eye, if you just snap and something happened to your toe, it's up here before you know that it's down there.
And see, that's related to religion.
But
Religion means to bind you back, and you in what the ancestors do. You had to study your body. You had to
Right.
understand your body. You had to
Right.
understand anatomy. All of this is part of the spirituality of growing. Like you said earlier, that they designed buildings in the form of the shape of man.
exactly.
You know, because they understood the body. They understood the concept of man, womb man.
There you go.
When I say man, family, I'm not leaving the sisters out.
Oh, we understand.
I'm not leaving the
Yeah,
sisters
yeah.
out.
It's all of us.
It's all of us.
Right.
You know, and so being an engineer, trained based construction engineer, you know, being a builder, I get it. You know, it came to me more natural once that process of me
Yes.
met the religious side process of me.
Yes.
And then they started fusing together. The binders started coming off. The blinders, the binders, any chains, you know, all
Yes,
and it was instantaneously like bam.
Yes.
And it hit. So, but a family, you know, I'm not sure if you have any questions, but when you're trying to come up out of Sheol,
Right.
I would say,
Yes.
you're trying to come from up under the king's chamber, because you in hell, you in debt, you know, your
Right.
mentality,
Exactly.
all right? Because you think you a debtor because you think you have sin.
Here you go.
All right. And we was talking, I can't remember if it was you guys. I was asking somebody the other day if they were familiar with the Phaistos disc of Crete. In my studies and research, I had found this thing on the Phaistos disc. Now, I got to this Phaistos disc by way of the Wawa gas station.
Wow. Tell us about that.
Man, the first thing is I observe everything around me now.
Yes.
Every name of every company, every word.
Yes.
I'm
Well,
really
with
into
all this junk in here, you must have a real bad headache because there's a lot of junk to look at.
No, man, bro, I'm taking it all in. I mean, you know, Sunpack, you know, everything,
Yes.
and they're doing it on purpose because it is a word of power.
There you go.
Everything has a vibrational
Yes.
sine and cosine. I'm speaking
Yes.
engineering and mathematically here, but it's a vibration. It resonates. It has a mathematical formula to it. It's something that is taken into your auditorial system,
Yep.
okay, and it goes into the frontal lobe and it gets processed.
Yes.
All right. Music bypasses the frontal lobe. Okay. See, a lot of people don't know that because it's nonverbal. Only until you get the verbal does the frontal lobe kick in, and now you're mesmerized, and now you have been gospelled
Here you go.
or put under the God spell. And that's not just religion. That God spell can be whatever God of each genre of music that they want to heighten your trance into.
There you go.
Okay, and put you in their spell.
Right.
You know, to release whatever emotional
From day one.
context.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, whether it's a gory, frightened feeling or a horror, killing feeling. You know, because there's some music that make people want to kill.
Yes.
We're experiencing that in our community.
Exactly.
That's religious.
Exactly.
If you don't know what religion is, if you don't understand the context and the framework of a God spell, which in the church they call it gospel,
Right.
but the God spell from where it's derived from, you got to know
Right.
the history of words. You know, we get into the wah-wah. So now wah-wah, I see wah-wah, and I'm thinking like, how could they come up with wah-wah? Does it mean like wah, 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 like a song?
Right,
you know?
right.
So I've started there. Like,
Right.
okay, must be related to a song.
Right.
No. It's related to ancient Kemet. All right, and I went on this quest, and I found out that the Wawa is an ancient Ethiopian tribe. Drusilla Dungy is the sister in the 1920s, 30s, I think it is.
Yeah.
She wrote the book. Now, it took me, when I first saw the word, when I observed that I needed to look it up, it took me about a good month to track it down.
Right. Right.
All right. And I went through every nook and cranny of every information, typing it in, and then lo and behold, I found a picture of a pink African Shriner with Wawa on his fez. And I said, man, there's got to be more to it. So I went from there and I started hunting and hunting and hunting and hunting. And then finally, I got to a point where I was reading books. And the spirit works great when you're seeking,
Yes.
because I wasn't looking.
There you go. There
And
you
I
go.
was in a web portal on forbidden or forgotten books. And I saw this beautiful title that said The Wonderful Ethiopians. And I said, man, let me check this out. And about, man, I'm talking halfway into the book, it came, the Wawa. And I said, now, how in the world they know to connect with that? And then if they're using it, what word of power is that from a spiritual standpoint was my question. You know, now that I'm on a different plane.
Wasn't
Right.
there a cartoon? Continue on, but wasn't there a cartoon where one of the characters wah 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 wah? Wasn't it was
The
some?
Peanuts.
Yeah.
The Peanuts.
Yeah.
Charlie Brown.
Yeah. Wah, 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 wah. And it would go fast and it would slow
Yeah.
down, but they made sure that you heard
The
wah, 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 wah.
Yeah.
And a lot of us are going around wah, 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 wah. So,
It's a lot of connections. We just have to learn to, again, metaphysically, spiritually, and religiously tie everything back to
together.
Yes. And then see where it is in nature and see where it is in the context of who our history is.
Right.
And with the Wawa, I made another connection because I started studying with the Asar Set Society. I'm not a member, I'm just a student. I study
Right.
with them.
Right.
And in one of the classes, the brother mentioned the cackling goose. That our men could be related to the cackling goose. You know, just like roosters crow in the morning when the
Right,
sun
right,
rises. And they
right.
were making the connection between the hidden concept or imperceivable part of what we know to be named God
Right.
to the manifestation of the physical, which is Ra. And they were
Right.
talking about the cackling goose that notifies you when Ra is on the rise. And I'm looking at the Wawa sign, and it's got a goose on it. And I'm like, this is not coincidental.
There you
that
go.
Wawa is ancient Cushite
Right.
Ethiopians, because she related that. The ancient
Right.
Cushites are the ones that migrated and replanted themselves and traveled, from the heart of Africa, the south, which is where our folks from ancient Kemet say they come from.
Right.
The Happy, at the foot of the mountain of the moon.
Right.
And traveling up. And they went out and they created Ethiopia. The Cushites did.
Right.
And so I'm making these small connections. And I said, well, I wonder what they call God. Right? You got to
Yeah.
ask the question,
Yeah,
right?
exactly,
So I
exactly.
went on another quest. And that's when I found the Phaistos disc.
Wow.
And the Phaistos disc from Crete. Now we're talking
Yeah.
Crete,
Yes.
across the Aegean, right?
Right.
Okay, north of Africa. Mm-hmm. And guess what? All these folks communicating.
There you go.
And guess who they related to be God? Yahweh.
oh, wow.
And I said to myself, no, man, you got to be kidding me. So then I went and I found a comparison chart from this group. I'm on academia.edu, academia.edu, talk to people from all over the world. And this brother from, I can't recall if he was from Palestine, somewhere up in there. I think he was. I think he said he was from Palestine, but he was in school somewhere else.
Right.
And he said, hey, I like what you're talking about. I can give you more leads. So he gave me leads, and I found it. He gave me this chart. This chart had like the Phaistos discs, the names of the Greek. All right. And when we say Greek, we're talking modern, right?
Right.
And then it had like the Placidians. The Placidians, I can't remember the name, but they would be like the ancients, like the melanated folks, their names. And then it had the people of ancient Kemet and the ancient Ethiopians, and had what they called the same, deity, the names across a chart. And Yahweh was a moon god. And in parentheses, it had sin. And I was like, so if you was born in sin, does that mean you're born under the moon? Or, how does this all relate? But it's also in the ancient Egyptian deity called Yah. Now I said, wait a minute. I had to call my Hebrew family. And the Hebrew family I call. We have good teaching dialogue. We don't debate and canter over the concepts of religion. We're trying to amalgamate ourselves because we know, especially when you linguistically go look up where the language comes from. There's no doubt where it comes from. It comes out of the ancient Kemetic method. There are some other languages in between, the Aramaic, the Syriac, then you get to the Hebrew. And it's Greek. All right. That, a lot of folks don't want to hear that, but I'm only going by the academic portion of not what I have found, but what other academians who study this on a regular basis have shown. And given me sources to go look it up. And Wikipedia is getting cleaned up too in some areas. I've been noticing a lot of academic people coming in there spanking folks and cleaning things up, giving them proper information. Because feeding the world, misinformation is not a good thing.
On that note, let me just say something real quick that many people don't know how Wikipedia works, that most people have access to going in and adding in information. It's an open source kind of online encyclopedia. And so we can go in and change things, and some people don't really know what they're talking about on any subject, on a lot of subjects. And they go in and add something new. Like say, for example, if we're speaking about Jamaica and different parts of Jamaica, and we have some person who may not really know, and he can log in, go to that Wikipedia page, and put in what others would take as fact. I just want to say that many people may not know that.
That's a good point, brother. Good that you pointed that out, because, again, I studied, just my background, and I'm not bragging. I studied
it's fact,
at Florida A&M University, 3 levels of engineering technology, learning how to build roads, highways, and bridges.
Now tell us, in making your point, a little bit about yourself that way. It is not bragging, because like I said, there are people out here, or younger folks especially, who need to see a brother speaking about his accomplishments and directions. Because look, you're not here as a rapper. You're not here as some thug. You're not here as some whatever that they put out. You are a very strange person right now to somebody, because they're not used to seeing you kick it like this. A person like you that looks like them kick it like this and then break that down. So never, in my presence, say that you're bragging, or I'm a brag for you.
Hey, you know what they say? A prophet is not accepted in his own town unless he's introduced by somebody else.
There you go.
So yeah. I mean, I enjoyed every moment of my childhood. And even when all the worst came out, to some degree, it was some parts of the religion that the teachings from the people in the neighborhood made me charismatic and back then believing that I could accomplish a lot of things and do and go places. But it wasn't until when I got into college that I began to step up to the plate of knowing, because you have to plan, you have to strategize. Businesses don't believe.
Exactly.
CEOs of businesses don't believe.
There you go. You have to know.
Microsoft, he ain't believing nothing. Okay? Amazon, he ain't believing nothing. He might get on TV and say to the people he believe, you know, to be on that level.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, in that boardroom,
You need to
those
know.
people are strategists.
You need to know.
They have knowing. Okay? And they're forecasting. See, believing in the corporate world is forecasting, meaning you're planning, and that if you think the market is going to react a certain way, you have a plan for the reaction of the market.
Right.
And that's those corporate concepts of being is what we have to take into the house.
Right.
There
right.
can be no more believing. There has to be a plan.
Absolutely.
Just
Yeah.
like I heard the brother Boyce Watkins was on, and he left a message, because the sister didn't leave a will.
Right.
Or Prince didn't leave a will. Well, we don't know that, to be sure. We can only know that what's said through the media. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? There may be
right.
some shenanigans going on with that.
Right.
But I can tell you from a personal note that I accept responsibility, and I've apologized to my sisters and brothers for not stepping up to the plate during my father's transitioning. I just thought, again, not bragging, that they could handle it.
Right.
That they could handle the family's affairs. When in reality, I'm the one that had the bag of tools.
Right.
And I wasn't being lazy. I just wanted to see them let their light shine. But sometimes we got to put that aside.
Here you go.
If we're the stronger person in
go.
the family, the smarter person in the family in terms of information, not belittling anyone in the family, but knowing what to do.
Right.
And religion is the same way. Some of our folks who have been seated, who have been getting paid,
Right.
listening to the Pauline doctrines about being taken care of. I don't have a problem if that's your job as a shepherd.
Right. Right.
And you ain't got nowhere to stay. Jesus said he ain't have nowhere to stay.
Right.
There's no home for the Son of Man.
Right.
Right? You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem in this modern day and age where you being provided for. But let's not take it overboard, bruh. You do not need to be over in another country talking about making it better to get the word out. There's many people here who need a word.
Here you go.
There are many people here who could use, and I want to applaud, there's a brother here at the Hope Church, and he may not be on the same level from a spiritual information of knowledge that we're
Right.
on, but at least he's taking a stand and do something for our people from what I've learned in
Right.
terms of housing.
Right.
We need brothers who can see that and do that. And that's one thing we were missing here when I first moved here, because in Tallahassee we had that. The
Right.
church I attended, we had private school. The church built it. We didn't depend on no system.
way it should be.
We didn't depend on it. That's why I'm not bombing on him, because all my experiences from a black communal, quote unquote, so-called black communal perspective are different than within these last 15 years that I've seen us.
Right. Right.
We're talking about a man who put everything on the line, professionally and spiritually. We had what we used to do after church? We went to our own restaurant. We had a Chinese soul food restaurant, bro. We bought it from the Chinese,
Right.
let them work there until they decided they wanted to transition out.
Right.
And you can get up and go to church and get you a diabetic peach cobbler to satisfy your taste buds.
Wow.
Okay, that's how real it was. We had a family life center. Everyone created. We had the homes in this community that was drug ridden. The deacons and the brothers, we walked the streets and ran them cats out. Not from an aggressive standpoint, but just telling them, bro, your time is up. And so those real pastors like that are the ones we need. The ones that
Yeah.
can see the reality.
Yeah.
And they also, I wasn't there, but I'll tell you this much, they also offered an alternative. They also
That's
offered
correct.
an opportunity. They said it's your time to leave, but they also reached out to embrace them.
That's right. And they asked them to help.
Right. Right.
We would tell them what the plan was.
No, but that's a good thing. Is what I'm saying.
But still caught up though.
Right. But look.
Still
what
caught
I'm-
up on that
There you go.
JESUS.
Yeah.
But I'm just applauding from my experiences that at some time we had men who did not fathom taking without giving back.
Right.
And the beauty of it was, if you're teaching the 30, 60, 90 fold from Luke or Isaiah or from whatever Ezekiel portion of the Bible,
Right.
at least they were strong enough and wise enough and brave enough to use it for the people. Okay? All right? Now, I have no issues with brothers who are on that context because I'm on a different plane now. So I know Jesus. I can say I know Jesus. Now, I ain't got to believe in Jesus no more. I know who Jesus is.
Right.
I know who his father is.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
Right. No,
I know who
follow
his
you.
father is. And so that's where that conversation around the table has to start with history. You know, and I bang on people who say, you know, I can't go outside the Bible. You in school? You study nursing? You study law?
No,
You tell what are you saying? You know, Jesus had tax collectors. You know, I'm sure they had to study some kind of law, right? They had to study and know. So to know, you got to know your job. You can't go to your job believing that you're gonna do good today.
But you know, some my
Right,
brother,
right.
You got to know.
As you talk about that, I mean, what I do for a living, you know, I build water features.
I'm glad you're saying this, Brother
nice.
Keston, because I'm at to brag on you too, so I'm going to let you do it.
No.
It's not brag. It's not brag. It's fact. It's
the reason why
inspiration.
I'm saying it,
Yeah.
because sometimes I'll get like a big pile of stone, you know, maybe like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tons of stone. And a person might look at that and say, oh, what are you going to do with all of that? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
They have no idea. But when I look at them, I see something totally different.
Right.
Yeah.
I see each one, and each one fit in its proper place. You see what I'm saying? Because when you look at them, you know what you look at the size, you look at width, length, depth, and all these different concepts of it, and say, okay, this is gonna do this. This need to be here because
That's right.
this is what I want to happen here.
Right.
So in building something like that, you always have to be calculating. Okay, how much water is gonna go here? How much water is gonna go over there?
That's correct.
Why do you want this water to go over there?
That's right.
So, you know, people always see me talking to myself during a process.
You just said the magic word, calculating.
And let me just say what I meant, Keston. I didn't mean I was bragging or you're bragging. I meant that I will brag for you because I'm proud of you. I'm proud of both of you being the men that you are. I'm getting a lot of strength from this. So I love
And
when I see
we're
brothers-
being shallow too, you know, for the audience. We're being shallow.
No. But I use the word brag. I wasn't saying, Brother Keston, that you're bragging. I'm saying me, it's a festive thing in my heart when I can see brothers that I can feed from and eat from when they specialize and they can talk about it. There's too many people out here who don't appreciate brothers like you, both. And don't hold back because of those people. Shine because there are many of us, and I would like to think the majority of us, who get strength from that. Because a person like myself, in the street, driving a bus, I get the police, I get the passengers, I get...
You get a
you're just
multitude.
this and you're just that.
You're really a psychologist undercover.
Oh, well, definitely. but what I'm saying is that, and I want you to hold the point, that on the outward level, they look at me like the lowest of low. You see? So
See, I wouldn't see you that way, and
Right.
and I'm gonna go into that
Right.
on this calculating once this brother gets done. Calculate.
Yeah.
That's that point.
But go ahead, Keston. I just want to say that I didn't want you to think I was saying you're
No,
bragging.
no.
Yeah.
No.
That's my way of talking. That man, I got to brag on you,
You know,
because I'm
Sure.
proud.
We appreciate that.
Thank you,
Yeah,
man.
much up with that, brother.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you have to go deep within yourself. Because when I'm in that process, a lot of times, sometimes I don't want to talk to anyone. Is what I'm saying. Because the fact is that you have to be bringing, you know, all what is within. You have to bring it out.
That's what educate is. Educare is to draw out that which is already in you.
Right, there you go. So, you know, when I look into these things and I realize, you know, basically, if it's not like I'll tell some people, you know, people discourage you and tell you like you basically don't have it. But is that a true statement? Is what I'm saying. It's not it's not a true statement when a person tell you everyone have it within them. They just have to know how to harness.
And draw it out.
Exactly, and that's why it's very important, like you're saying, for us to teach our children religious concepts and all these other things, because what you're doing basically, you're certifying these children when they are at a young age. Basically, you're giving them that confidence within themselves that they are able to manifest. I think I was somewhere a few days ago, and well, actually this morning, and this guy was telling me about his son, and he was saying about his son what or his daughter, really what she was getting into. And I was saying to him, really, one of the things that this society teaches us is not to really allow our children to expand and experiment, and to sometimes you see they're doing little things and you wondering why they're doing that.
See, I remember doing that as a child as well, man. I had an ant farm. I would catch big giant spiders and big giant grasshoppers,
terrariums.
I created that out of fish tanks and and sometimes I was not good because I would catch something and throw it in with 3 different species of ants,
right?
And and watch to see who would win. But I was also noting like the differences of who had different skill sets.
There you go.
In the insect world, like some insects, the ants would be like, "Oh, we not even going over there." Because this insect would secrete something, and if the ants got it on them, they would just fall over and die.
Right. So at the same time, that's what I'm saying. So the level that you're experimenting on things, instead of your parents allow you to develop that, is what I'm saying. A lot of time it's discouraged.
Right.
You see, and so that's why we need to come into ourselves. And so for me, once I come into myself, and I start be able to do these things, and I'm telling you that the more I do it, the more it become more natural to me. Like some people say, how you do it? I mean, you just look at all the, I mean, and when they see it come together, they stand there and look like.
But that's because you're allowing the energy of the one, the spirit, to come through you and manifest in those ways that you're choosing.
That's right.
Not believing, but choosing.
There you go, my brother. We choose. You see, we have to, when we come into this knowledge, come into the known, and that's why I tell people, I don't have a belief system. This is what I'm saying is, because I don't believe I can build a waterfall. I know that I can.
That's right.
That's correct. I've been sharing people like, well, you don't believe this? And I say, no, I don't believe. They say, well, what if you don't know? Then I just don't know.
There you go.
Right.
I'll have to study. You going to share? You got something?
Right.
You got a jewel for me?
Right.
You see?
Where can I find the information? Where can I get the understanding the concept?
Exactly. And that's where it comes when they tell you, you have to believe and have faith. No. That is a product of basically kind of keeping you here.
Well, the Bible says faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen. I, as an engineer, cannot in my person operate in that sense. So the oxymoron concept of it that's what led me away from religion.
There you go.
I mean, that's how I found it. That it was like, at some point I'm thinking like, how could these people in ancient times do what they were doing once I began studying them? And I said, man, this is going against my form and concepts of being an engineer.
Exactly.
I'm like, man, I can't believe the people that I worked with, and I thank the Creator, and I thank the people also who brought me in, the Pink African folks who gave me an opportunity to work with the Disneys and the Universals and the other folks. And I remember one of the leaders saying, this is an elite group of people. And at one time, I had actually, because of the way he said it, excluded myself because of how you perceive society.
Right.
Until one day he came, he said, man, I want to thank you for being one of the most awesome guys. He said, you're beyond what we have as far as this group of elite people in terms of your character, and you're a stand-up guy. And then it hit me. I was like, man, that's deep.
Right.
But it wasn't a belief. It was a knowing. It was a knowing. And again, I keep sharing to the family. Everybody's an engineer. Everyone is in. If you built something, put something together, thought about something, made the bed, cleaned the room,
please
organized,
get into that
closet.
Yeah.
It's back to, he said, calculating. Calculating is a process.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to calculate the distance between your home and a destination, that's engineering. That's a form of engineering. Okay?
Exactly.
You'd be transportation engineer. Okay.
There you go.
All right. If you're going to go and you say, okay, I got to go take a number 2 dunk. I'm gonna go take the Browns to the Super Bowl. Okay, you finna go calculate how long you gotta be somewhere. That's engineering. I'm using that extreme. I'm being funny.
Right. No, yes.
But I'm trying to make it down to earth for everybody.
Right.
Because it doesn't have to be so serious. It doesn't have to be to the point where you scared to where you gotta go take the Browns to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And you think you're gonna go to hell. You think you're gonna die.
Yeah.
No. Your energy that leaves you can never be created or destroyed because you had nothing to do with that.
There you go.
So
my
why
brother.
are you worrying about something
the-
that you didn't create?
You see,
Okay.
beautifully put.
All right?
That's
so let's just
beautiful.
enjoy the moment.
That-
You know, and we're here for this moment. And from an engineering concepts, moments have to be balanced. And they're calculated. If you got a beam or you got a column that's on an angle and it's got bolts tied to a column that's, you know, like this, it's calculated.
Exactly.
It's calculated. They know they can't put it down too far because it'll tip over.
Right,
And
right.
the moment is the rotation of being
Right.
out of balance. And so we got to bring ourselves into the fold of balance with this thing, man, and have fun with it. Christian folk have fun with it. Pastors be running all over and people get all emotionally
Right.
entwined. I was there. I watched it. And then when I came out of it, you know, I watched our conscious, so-called conscious community that I kind of came into before I got with Brother Tim in the shop. Everything was so serious. You know, no, brother, you can't go talk to them folks without, you got to tell them straight up that they lies. And I was like that. I destroyed my own family. Me and the wife, the wife was like, I will knock you upside your head. You know, she was getting the brother straight. You know, so brothers, if you get to the point where you come into yourself, make sure you sit down with the missus. Don't do like I did and go all extreme, okay? Take this thing one step at a time and release it to your family in a very loving, caring, you know, way. And let them do their thing. If they still want to go to church, you go to church every blue moon and just pay more attention. And then do your studies on the side until you wean yourself all the way out. Me, I just cold cock. Stop. I just cut everything and everybody off. Okay? And you may have to do that.
Yeah.
Depending on your environment. But the calculating part I wanted to get into is family, all jokes aside, you got to calculate. It's just like setting a budget. That's how you, in nature, you gotta take care of this is a part of your being of life. Mm-hmm. You get up and you go to work every day. Many people say prayers when they get up in the morning, say prayers when they go to bed at night. It's the same way. You got to fit a time in to learn history, to understand who you are as a being on the planet. We may not never know our true bloodlines in terms of all the people in between that we have no record of.
Right.
Okay, but we can identify with people. If you want to identify with Igbo, Yoruba, if you want to identify with the Kemetic, if you want to identify with the brothers that's on the Islamic side, make sure you understand the history. This is what got us caught up over here in the first place. In terms of being POWs and then turning us into slaves, is because all the borders was up and no communication, like we talked about earlier.
Right.
You know, and then it's just a shame that people wasn't communicating, and it's the same thing. It's the same thing in terms of the systems.
Right.
You know, like the brother, I'm not sure, family, for an engineering moment to brag on the brother, Dr. Gabriel Oyo. Y'all familiar with that name? Okay. No. Everybody know who created E equals MC squared, right?
Right, right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so he surpassed that.
Oh, wow.
Okay, this brother's 20 years ago. I'm late. I'm really late. But now that I know, I have to share because he gives credit to the Creator through the ancient Kemetic system of knowing. He calls it the God Almighty Grand Unified Theorem. Not theory, theorem. And to date, his theorem has not been defeated or found to be malfunctioning in its mathematical expressions.
Right.
Okay, so he has surpassed E equals MC squared and every other mathematician or person trying to find the mathematical equation and expression of all things in existence in the universe.
Wow.
This is a brother out of Nigeria. So,
Nice.
family, you look that up. And he calls it the God Almighty. He said the Creator came to him
Wow.
and shared it. Now, what's interesting, he said in one class, I can't remember exactly which one, I've looked at so many of his works, he said it was a throwback because the people of ancient Kemet had already expressed it.
Yeah, but you see, that's what I'm saying is
I
though.
think he's known as the Black Einstein. That's what they call him.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even call him that. I'm gonna call him.
I know, but
I'm gonna call him Brother Dr. Oyo. That's his name. Stop calling people out of their. Thank you for saying that, sister. Yes, no, I feel you. Not you. I'm just saying for the family. Yeah, stop calling people. Or for instance, like my family, they have this thing called the chocolate or the black nutcracker. Stop labeling our things we create after other folks.
Yeah.
Right.
Give it its authenticity. You know, I don't want anybody to call me the black of anything or anybody
No,
else.
I just remembered it when you said the Grand Unified.
No, I'm with you.
Pyramid.
Thank you for saying that because they need to know that. Yeah. Don't call him the black Einstein.
And you know it must be something true, that theorem, right? Because the
You ain't-
world damn sure been trying to dispel it, and it still stands.
Yeah, and he was supposed to have got a Nobel Peace Prize. And I'm relating this to religion because he used spirituality to express how he came up with the equation. He said he actually had got stumped at some time and was trying to rework through their math to build off of what they had, but they didn't even have it all
Right.
worked out. Einstein was the only one who had his portion like pretty much where he could just plug it in, but it had already been figured out. Even Einstein noted that the Egyptians was a whole light years ahead of
but that's
folks.
what I'm saying is-
but hold on, sister, I do not want you to think I was barreling on you.
No, it's okay.
It was not. Thank you for that. That was a jewel because I haven't heard that they call him the Black Einstein. You know, make sure you tell folks. Don't. His name is Dr. Gabriel Oyo.
Right. Oyo.
Dr. Oyo. The Oyo.
Right,
You say the
right.
Oyo. Oyo.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Give it.
Right.
You know, we need to give them. I've created a poster too because I'm gonna start taking it to the middle schools to give it to the teachers because I've
Right.
met several math teachers and other folks. They don't
I have no
know,
idea.
And they won't
Yeah.
know.
but they still got E equals MC squared hanging up in the classroom.
But you see, that's the thing, my brother. You see, when we come into knowledge, we have to share that knowledge.
Right.
You see what I'm saying is that I tell you, the funny thing is that I was listening to Dr. Ben
Dr. Ben.
today, you know, and Dr. Ben says something which really struck me. And he says the Nubians, which I did not know that the Nubians do not eat catfish.
Because of Asar.
But no, I tell you something. The funniest thing for me, my brother, I have never eaten catfish. Never. It's something about it. You see what I'm saying?
You
Is
already knew.
that, and it's like when he said that, it's like something registered with me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying is? So in a sense, you kind of like you see a correlation on how you relate to these
Right.
brothers. You see what I'm saying is, and sometimes that is what you call the God concept. The God is letting you know who you are
Right.
in that sense. And so again, when we come into and that's why I said we need to know, and that's why I said if we come into our spirituality, you see what I'm saying, as a people, because this is very important, because we are discussing the subject. Sometimes people might be saying, okay, we're going over here or over there, but we're bringing this because it's, as you said before, it's all tying together.
Right.
And so when you know about spirituality, and that's why I tell people I don't refer to Christianity because I realize what Christianity is all about. But when you come into spirituality is where the true enlightenment is going to be, because that's when your creator really starts to deal with you, to talk to you, because you are allowing what they call the God within you to come out.
Now many people will challenge you on that, and I get in conversations with Christian brothers and sisters all the time. They say, "Well, man, you going to hell." And I smile, you know. At one time, you know, I would be like, you know, I don't know what I'm gonna do, But now I smile because I realize that's not the case. That's really not the case.
Yes.
I guess all of us in this room are right now. There's somebody watching the show.
And so it's the fear factor again.
Yes.
That has people mentally
Yes.
displaced with that whole
Absolutely.
concept.
Absolutely.
And so they say, well, God is not gonna bless you, and your family will always have troubles and all these types of things. And so, in a very calm, peaceful, humane demeanor, I asked them, do I look like I'm starving? Do I look like I'm in trouble?
Right.
I said, do I appear to you to be having any lack thereof? And, and so they'll say, well, and so it goes again, like there are people in the world that are quote unquote non-servants of God that do
Right.
very malicious things, and they're multimillionaires.
Right.
So, how can you lump me into that category? I shared with them. How could you do that? How could you distinguish me from that point of being to saying that I'm going to go to hell, I'm going to have all this calamity in my family? I said, do you understand what you just did? I said, now what if I bind you in the name of your Jesus for talking negative to me like that?
Right.
And they was like, well, you have no authority because you're not a Christian. I said, actually, I know Jesus better than you. And then I start to minister to them, quote unquote, from a different perspective,
Right.
a historical perspective. I said, can I ask you a few questions? Where was he buried? Let's start with that. Well, he rose. There is no grave. Okay, I'm going to ask you again. I know where Tutankhamun came out of. I know where Ramesses, Usur, Septepenra
Right.
came out of. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
We know where Usur and the pyramid text came out of. But we have not yet had anyone come forward to declare without a shadow of a doubt. Okay? Moses, Abram, Joshua. We can keep going on and on. This is not to bang on anyone's
Yeah. Yeah. But the
love
truth is truth.
of religion. This is to say that archaeologists are debating even the Hebrew Jewish people in Israel are putting out articles to say that these are esoteric or mythos doctrines
Absolutely.
of higher learning.
There you go.
Okay, you go research these things.
But look here. There's this thing where I was saying the other day about Moses going through the wilderness and all these people. Okay? And supposed to be thousands, if not millions of them God killed them off in the
For 40
wilderness.
years.
For 40 years they had this trap. And I say, okay, there's not one bone, one spoon, one piece of pot. There's nothing that has been found in any place. No Pharaoh in the Red Sea, no chariot wheels, no nothing has ever been found in the Red Sea anywhere. But here is ships that are, hundreds of years sink in the ocean, and even to today they find in those ships.
And not only that, you can go over into parts of Africa where the Germans under Hitler had committed those first acts of the quote unquote Holocaust
Right.
against melanated people.
Right.
And those bones are still in the desert.
There you go, my
Right
brother.
now to this day.
There you go.
Right?
There you go.
Nobody don't want to go touch them because it's sacrilegious.
There you go.
So you would think if a people love God as much as they say they loved him in that time
right.
era, right? We're going to
Yes.
use our common sense.
Yes.
And they say they carried Joseph out of Kemet, right?
All right.
So wait, Joseph. You mean you don't love him that much that you can't put a monument up in his honor? All right. And give it both names, and the Egyptian name and then the quote unquote whatever language, Hebrew,
Exactly.
right? But Hebrew didn't exist at that time. I mean, just saying.
But
Or the Aramaic name.
But those are the point, my brother, when we look deep within these self. Even when you look at this story about, the two twins, Jacob and Esau, and one of them was holding on to the ankle of the other one. How can a baby in the womb, or two babies in the womb, wrestling with each other?
Trying to get out.
That's what I'm saying. you see, if so, we have to.
I'm sorry, bro. That whole thing just went in my mind vividly, and I just lost it for a moment.
You know, no, but that's fun. You know, but we're here vibing together. But that's what I'm. You know, we really you have to say. You know, show how you feel emotionally.
You have to imagine that too.
But exactly my point. So you see, because we get so rigid in these religious doctrines,
or the 2x2 going on a boat.
Exactly.
Now, I'm an engineer. Let's engineer this out.
Right.
God comes to Noah. Noah, it's gonna rain, brother. I'm gonna bring it down like it ain't never been brought down.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you that you need to have this boat built with so many cubits of feet long, so many cubits feet high, X, Y, Z. Noah gets started. Yeah. So Noah's an engineer himself.
Yeah.
He has a project management schedule, and he understands the buoyancy of what he's gonna have to deal with the weight of the animals. But algebraically, that's an unknown. We don't know the pairs and the numbers of types of animals. So let's put this in an expression of mathematics. We got rain. We know he says it's going to make it rain 40 days and 40 nights. So if we can calculate the drops of water, all right, Noah can get an idea because he's had rain in the past, right? Well, God said he's going to make it rain like never before. So we're going to quantify that and magnify it to 10 times, right? Just so we can get an idea of how much rain is going to come down.
Right.
So now we're going to take the ship and modify our ship to handle the 10-time effect of a normal rain for the depth and height to get buoyancy. But we got an unknown. We don't know how many animals coming because I don't recall God telling me in the Bible how many 2x2s was coming.
Right.
Right.
And some of them is 7.
Right. Okay.
The unclean, the clean ones are 7, and the
so we have an unknown. Now we got another unknown because God didn't tell him what kind of food to take for each animal.
See.
We have another unknown. We don't know how much the food's gonna weigh for each animal. Now we got another unknown. Unless they drinking the water that's falling from the sky and collecting it, we don't know how deeper we need to make the ship for its buoyancy to last for us to drink water for every animal that's 2x2 on this ark.
And the weight of collecting.
You see what I'm getting at, family? It's all about the common sense of engineering. Design and engineer from within.
Here you go.
Know thyself, and you will know the universe.
Here you go.
Okay, you understand nature. You understand God. You may not get to know God because it's imperceivable.
That's the point. When I tell people, I says, Sidney Poitier made a quote in one of his autobiography. He says that most people go to church and their concept of God is this little man sitting up on a cloud.
I used to believe that as a kid at some point.
But even in the Bible, when I read the Bible, in the book of Isaiah, it says, he asks the question, who can build a temple for God? And he says, nothing can contain him.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? So when I even look at a stone and I say, God is in this. When I look at a tree, I look at people, I look at everything, and you see what you call God in everything and in everyone.
Well, that's just like the woman, the baby. Since we're the temple of God, since we're the house of God, babies are temples built without hands.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
All right?
You see what I'm saying?
From an engineering perspective, in my mind, when I see that's babies being built with no hands, a temple being built with no hands.
But that's what I tell people. I said, when you relate to the sex about sperm and eggs, that's just a preconception. In the sense, when you really look at it, it is when you see the development, as you say, the development,
the stages
from within, how it comes together. The Creator is working within. You see what I'm saying?
There's been mentioned through some journals I was reading. I try to get a lot of the bigger scientific journals. They had a microscope on the collision of the sperm and the egg, and there's actually like a miniature explosion of like energy, like when it showed it, and I was like, wow.
Okay. You see, again, even go to the concept of a vehicle. the concept of vehicle, like I tell most people, we get into a car every day and we drive, we go in, we turn that key. But I would say 90% or 95% of people who turns on a car every morning do not know that there is an actual explosion that take place in that car.
That's right.
And they're setting it off.
Because you don't see it, you don't see no smoke, you don't see
Because
no.
they have no knowledge
Yeah,
of its workings.
There you go.
They just believe that it will work,
You see
and it's versus knowing.
that.
Now, some people will know because they say the key has to crank it up, but the knowing the actual steps, procedures, processes, mechanics, you know, all the articulating pieces and parts to get to what you just described is what people may not know.
Exactly.
And that's why I'll be on the side of the road scratching my head, not knowing what to do under that hood.
You know, but
You have a basic understanding though.
right. But since I was a child, I was always interested in the mechanics of how things work, because I really
same
wanted
here.
to be a mechanic when I was a boy. So I like to fiddle around. I like to, even to this day, I still work on cars because I like to make things go. So therefore, I have that concept. I could do a lot on cars one time. Now the cars that they're making now is a little bit more on the computerized side. You see, it's not so much on the mechanical aspect.
That just means that you and I have another frontier to go and try and grasp. Because I haven't gotten there either, but we can do that together.
Exactly.
We can learn that together.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying, my brother. So I tell people, I said, no matter, I've learned a lot of things. I have a lot of skills, a lot of trade. I know. My thing is this for me. I see where it has taken me so far in life. And those are the things that we need to put back within our children, in our community. When we put those things back in our community, we're going to see our community start to flourish again as a people. And again, as I said, we got to take them to this point where we don't dumb our children down when they start to ask questions about religion, about all these different things that is plaguing and affecting and infecting them. When we bring it back home, where we allow them to come into themselves instead of to come into somebody that we think they should be, or somebody that society think that we should make them into. We have to allow them to blossom and come into themselves.
Now, that's where
Excellent.
I went astray within my own family a little bit, just being honest here. And it's because you get to knowing a lot.
Right.
And you get to be in a position once you're spiritually grounded and you have this communication with the spirit of the creator, that you can see things better.
Right.
Your periscope is not, blurred with the waters, from the depths where you've arisen from.
Right.
And sometimes you want to shield your children from the calamities,
Right,
because
exactly.
they do have their own paths.
Exactly.
They do have
Exactly.
their own paths. But at some point, through the African spiritual system, that's a missing key, an element of what we as a society of people need to grasp hold of, is understanding who the child is based on the gate that they were born in, the house that they were born through.
Absolutely.
And all of that stuff is not evil. It's not demonic in the modern sense.
Right.
That is relative information based on the energies of planets, or based on the energies of understanding the vibrations that our ancestors knew.
Yes.
And once you understand what this star child is, this energy that has taken into the temple that was formed with no hands, what this person is to become, quote unquote, from the initial information,
Right.
then you can set a stage and path to know how to guide and rear this particular child.
Right. Because you see, one of the things I say, when we came here, because, my thing is that we are a spirit having a human experience. The fact is that, I tell people, notice a baby. When the baby is born, you go into a room and you see that baby just laughing.
Oh man, it's
You know,
beautiful.
And you say to yourself, but that baby is coming from somewhere where that baby know he have a language of his own. You see what I'm saying is we don't really grasp those things because we never been taught those things, and that's why when we go back again to this African spiritual concept, that's why they carry out those ritual with babies when they are born.
Correct.
Because they know where those babies are coming from, and they realize what they need to do to set the course for that child, because that child is here on a mission.
Now I had a Christian brother who said, well, if they're practicing that and doing that, then why are we not more successful? And my comment was, I think sometimes, from what I have known to observe, all right, because as engineers and scientists, we make observations.
Right.
I said, maybe that's how Dr. Oyo came up with the God Almighty Grand Unified Theorem.
Here you go.
Maybe that's why he worked for NASA, to help them, just like the other sisters in Hidden Figures. You know, maybe our African spiritual systems are not being used properly in this modern time.
There you go, my brother.
Maybe there's some key elements
you
where
go.
some people are using them, and we are having a lot of forms of success because you and I have moved on to be more successful.
Exactly.
Maybe there were some things known that Dr. King might be taking out, that Malcolm X would be taking out, that they will be, quote unquote, the sacrifices,
Here you go.
okay, to allow us to expand.
There you go.
You know, we don't know everything, but
Yeah.
we cannot fall
Absolutely.
into beliefs. We have to have more relevance.
There you
So
go.
when you ask me a question like that, I told the brother, I said, just think about how you're trying to ensnare me in a trap,
There you go.
you know, because I haven't experienced every system on the planet.
Absolutely.
I can only go by what I know. And I'm
See.
saying you can only go by what you know.
There you go.
I said, but when we start coming together as one in the oneness, like you were saying
that's the
earlier, and
point.
communicate
Yes.
that art of
Yes.
communication,
Yes.
then we can make bigger and better things happen.
Right, and that's what. So we have to get back to basics. You see, and I always tell people, I says, you know, those things was more easier to deal with when you grew up in an environment where everything was simple, basic, to the point. The more you find society get complicated, the more you get bogged down.
Need discipline.
Right, so the discipline, and that's why you have to be disciplined in order to know. You need to be disciplined. You can't be here, you
Yes,
can't
sir.
be over there. You gotta be able to sit still in this moment right here.
And be patient.
Right. And so when it comes to you, because sometimes when it comes to me, I'm in my bed and it's just coming to me in a rush. You know, I'm lying there and it's like, you know, it's just this thing that's wake up with inside of you. And then it's like this conversation pursue. And basically it's asking question and the answer is coming forth. And you start to realize, you know, you're like, whoa, you know, sometimes you're going down the road in your vehicle. And then boom, then everything that you were meditating on just come to you in full circle. So again, you just said something a while ago about how people telling you that, well, you're going to hell. But my thing is this, with this concept of this hell business, I tell people, since I come into knowledge of knowing, I come into understand who the creator is. I come into the understanding of who this thing that you call a devil or whatever you want to call. And so when I come into the knowledge of these things, and so now I see my blessings. I see where I've risen up, so to speak, on a different level. I see where I'm free from all of these things. And so now, in the sense of the word, yes, where is this hell that I'm going to? If I'm going to hell, you are out there suffering every day.
Now
okay?
let's go from an engineering perspective on this hell. Let's go in. Let's go into hell. All right, let's go into hell because I'm not afraid no more.
Right.
I'll go down there and hang out. Jesus went down there, right? That's what they say, right? They say, and then Jesus said, "Greater works you'll do to me." So I mean, I can go and hang out in hell and come out whenever I want.
See?
Okay? It's all about what you know.
There we go.
So let's go into this hell. Let's look into the mechanics of this hell. This place of the wailing and gnashing of teeth and torture. The Creator designed you with no hands in your mother's womb. And for whatever purpose you came into being in this plane, in this time period of this earth, which is just really a blinking of a twinkling of an eye, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Sorry, Lance. There's
And-
nothing to repeat.
Yeah.
And you go in throughout your whole life.
Right.
And let's give some standards to this.
Right.
You have a good person that doesn't know anything about Christianity.
Right.
Or let's just say no religion.
Right.
They have no religion.
Yeah.
They have none. Let's go like to Australia, Papua New Guinea.
Right.
And just pick some folks that they have something we don't even understand what it really is.
Right.
Right. And let's come to a more urban. You got some folk that go to church every day. Mm-hmm. They have guilds like I did. Mm-hmm. Right? Okay. And you got a person that's in the middle. They know about church, but they don't go.
Right. And
you got a person that does their own thing at home.
Right.
And then you got some people that's just anti-God, period. Antagonists and atheists, right? So now all of these groups of people in a race, trying to get to where they want to go, okay? Do what they're going to do through their whole lifetime, mm-hmm. All right? And now, all of a sudden, at a certain period in time in history,
right,
a savior is born, and it's going to save all mankind. And unless you don't call and don't believe, you're going to hell. What literal sense does that make from an engineering perspective that the creator would take the time, okay, to engineer, create, formulate, program, then allow it creation to self-sustain through the energy mm-hmm. that it allows mm-hmm. to involuntarily operate itself to experience, like you say, mm-hmm. and learn. Almost sound like artificial intelligence, before mm-hmm. what we call artificial intelligence. Mm-hmm. You see how we get everything from the creator?
Exactly.
All right?
Exactly.
So it's like you said, I tell people, man, God having an enjoyable experience with itself. It's kind of hard to perceive, but that's what it is. And somebody said, well, what about when somebody get killed or the baby? You might say that's a bad thing, but guess what? Energy can never be created nor destroyed.
You see, that's my point, my brother.
So I'm not being facetious.
No, I follow you.
I'm going in on this from life experiences.
Right.
And so when you're going into hell, when you go examine it for yourself, mm-hmm. it is just something to make you, in the most extreme way, be afraid.
Yes. Absolutely.
To fall in line with whoever uses hell as the tool,
yes,
to bind you mentally to their will.
Absolutely.
Not God's will. See, God's will for your life, according to what I learned from the ancestral African spiritual system, mm-hmm. is for you to be at peace. The first law is the law of Amen. It says that you must attain to your reason for coming into existence, to enjoy life, and to be at peace. Isn't that beautiful that you get to know that? That's one of the 11 laws of God from Brother Rotten Nefer Amen in his interpretation that he has from the Metu Neter.
Right.
Just to think that someone actually learned and perceived that from nature, that Amen is imperceivable. The perfect blackness.
Right.
This thing when we look out and like the ceiling, that's outer space to us. This is Earth.
Right.
Got some browns right here, and you look out at night and it's black. And there's nothing out there for trillions of miles as far as we know, because we haven't run across anyone from a spaceship that has introduced themselves yet. Right. They keep saying they're here, but I haven't seen, so I don't believe in them and I don't know them until I meet one.
There you go, my brother.
So, Brother Keston, even speak on what you gravitated toward when you were younger. You gravitated mm-hmm. toward nature more so. You gravitated toward being out in the woods and hearing the birds, and that's where you found your peace, and you found your God peace, your creator peace.
Right.
And nobody had to tell you about that.
Right.
Speak on that again, since he said that.
Well, as I said, when I was a boy, I used to run away from school because when I used to go to school, I used to feel like I'm in prison. I don't know. I can't explain to you why. But I would go out in nature. I would always be out in nature. I would like to be in the woods. I like to plant things also, and I like to watch them grow because it does something for me and to me. And when I even watch the animals and I watch how they relate, you see what I'm saying? It says something. So my core thing is, like I always tell people, I go to nature for my answer to many, many things. I follow what is within. and where what is within lead me, then I know it's the way. Because I remember when I was, when I was a boy, they used to say, follow your spirit. What the first thing that comes to you, that's the thing you should do. And in some ways, society discourages those things. And so what I fall back on, I come into that where I follow my spirit, because when I follow my spirit, I usually don't go wrong. This is what I'm saying is. And so now that I come into this true knowledge, even when I'm building anything right now, I follow, sometimes my is the spirit inside of me say, Kestner, how about try this? I think this right here, take the stone and turn it around this way. And when I put it that way and I step back and I look at it, I'm like, sometimes I'm like, wow. Because it really...
You're in tune.
Right, so you're in tune with yourself. And so because you're in tune with yourself now, it motivates you on a different level. You see what I'm saying?
And part of that is the stone you're working with. Folks don't realize that whatever's in the earth is inside your body. You're from the earth. Now, depending on your geographical location, my thoughts as an engineer is that you may have a little more of something from that portion of the world where you came from than someone else. And you can kind of tell that in our features and in our phenotypes and in our melanin and just on the structure of the person, even their diet.
Right.
Because the plants are absorbing the minerals from that location. Exactly. Minerals are from rocks.
Exactly.
From the earth.
And I tell you this, I was explaining to my brother-in-law here that I remember, I used to say a long time ago, I tell my wife a long time ago, I said, nobody could ever, only the Creator himself could tell me to stop eating meat. Because I used to love my meat, man. I used to, but I remember the time when I went home, a few years back, and man, I had this experience, man, where I just, I just drink some herb tea, and I just was vomiting like crazy, and after that, my body just like rejected any kind of meat.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I said, wow, man, it's like, it must be the Creator talking to me, the Creator. And so when I move away from that, this is what I'm saying is, I find my experience, wake me up, so to speak, and it's like I'm on a whole different, the vibration was raised up, then it came to the point where one time I went home and it's like my spirit said to me, listen, you need to stop cutting your hair, stop shaving, stop cutting your hair, because I was, shaving all the time.
Right.
And after, I just follow. And so now when I do the things that my spirit leads me to do,
So you got more antennas. I got more solar panels.
But that's where, when you come into yourself,
yes, sir,
and you look in yourself in the mirror, that's why I said the first thing is accept thyself, love thyself. You know what I'm saying? Those are very, very important.
Yes, sir.
Know thyself. And so when you know thyself and you love, every time you look in the mirror, you see, there is in the book of James, it says, here's a man, he goes and he look into the mirror, and as soon as he step away, forget who he is. This is what I'm saying. Because even though we step in front of the mirror every day, we see the figure. But now, for me, more so than ever before, when I look into the mirror, because I have accepted what I've seen in the mirror, you know what I'm saying, and I love what I see, and I have this appreciation for what I see in the mirror, then this is the reflection of who the Creator is. And so I don't have no problem with that.
Right. I did a presentation. I put together a presentation for a church once. This brother, it was for Black History Month, and they had a segment on racism.
Right.
And when he asked me to do it, I said, "You sure you want me to do it?" And he said, "Yes, because I know you'll bring something different and unique." And he said, "Everything you you and I rap about and cover, you know, from the historical perspective,
Right.
you know, I would feel great if you could do it, because it would be totally different than anything
Right.
we've had before. So I put the presentation together,
Yeah.
and, you know, you have to go through the review process.
Right. Right.
And it was shocking to the review board,
Wow.
like the levels of information, because they themselves did not know that the Serapis, which is Asar,
Right.
and the Apis bull, which is only the Taurus, right?
Right,
Okay.
right.
The house from which things are born in, and Asar is the gateway of the solar astrological system of Orion.
Right.
When you really get into it, and they had no idea of that concept
Right.
of the Serapis, that it was the Greek pink African type who demanded that his image be made in his likeness for people to worship. And when the indigenous melanated family of Kemet and Cushites and all those surrounding refused, that he started to, you know, take them through the horrors that our 60s family,
Right.
you know, went through, and started to shut the temples down and gain, and even if he didn't understand the knowledge, just take it.
Right.
You know, because Ptolemy is known to not even understand basic geometry. He told Euclid, you know, how do you teach me this? And Euclid's like, this is simple geometry, you know. He was like, break it down for me another way. He said, I'm sorry, master, there's no other way for me to break it down.
There you go.
And so what we're dealing with from an ancient perspective is, like you said, you know, folks who cannot look in the mirror and walk away from it. And like I see you, I see me. I see him. I see me. I see this sister. I see me. Everybody can look different. I see pink Africans and I can see me. And the guy asked me, he said, Anthony, I'm white. How can you see yourself in me? I said, because you pink African. You come from the origin. And every time you do something that's well and unexpected, I can see that the good work you do, I can do. So if we can match up on that plane, we can move forward. But if you start doing things that's out of line, and unnatural, and out of context, then I can disassociate myself from that, because that's not me.
Right.
Because it's not right. It's not good. It's not forward progressing for the creator, for humanity, for our divinity to be raised and heightened to new levels, to understand why we are here and what
Right.
our purpose of being is. You know, that's God's will for your life right there, is knowing yourself, knowing nature, knowing how to use nature,
Right.
you know.
Right.
A lot of people miss that whole thing,
Yes, yes.
you know, because I used to hear the pastor say, you got to know God's plan, God's will for your life. And I used to ask, well, what is that? Nobody could ever tell me. They used to say, you're going to have to get with God. And so that's what I did.
Right,
And it
right.
caused me to segregate myself from what I knew as the church.
There you go.
You know, what
Yeah.
I knew as the church. And unfortunately, we have folks who don't see themselves,
Absolutely.
you know, I mean,
Absolutely.
across many levels.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And I mean, in this religion, you know, it takes you through every demographic of your life.
Yes.
It affects everything. It
Yes.
affects where you go shopping.
Yes.
It affects what clothes you buy, what foods you eat, even what neighborhoods you're going to
You live in.
choose to live in.
Yes. Yeah.
Because some people think they've moved up when they've moved out
There you go.
of their root place
Yeah.
versus taking care of it, you know.
There you go.
And that's one of the things I was proud of my father, was he never left the hood.
Yes.
Police officer,
Yes.
college man, you know, it took him a while to get some college underneath his belt from working,
Right.
but
Right.
you know, a lot of the other friends and folk, they left. They moved to the suburbs and other places, and they say, man, these fools and they called out people all kind of names.
Yes.
Say, I can't go live around them Negroes, using the other N word, which
There
is
you
not
go.
a bad word, but I'm not going to use it on this,
Right, right.
this station.
We understand that it's not a bad word. You can use it. we have a lot of questions, man. A lot of people are asking questions. A lot of folks want to call in, and
Well, I'm going to say, first of all, thank you for having me, brothers. I appreciate
an
the
honor.
love, man. And, you know, I'm a I'm a student. I tell people that first.
Yes, yes.
So if you ask me a question, if I do not have the information, I will either research it to send it to this brother to put it out there.
Anytime.
Or I will find a master teacher of whom
Right.
I have a couple, and I will go and ask them
That's it.
to give me some guidance to help me
That's it, my
get the
brother.
right information to the people, because I want to be right. I don't want to be wrong. So family, whatever it is, hopefully I can give you some insight. And
I had a question from Tiger Lily, and I'm going to open the line soon. Seeing time, give me a few, and I don't know how much time we have left.
Yeah, go
talk
ahead.
to us, Keston.
No, go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
You say you have a question.
We're all home, so, this can roll as long as you need to, and this is going to be something continuous, man, because, like I said, the vibe here and the intelligence is just knocking me down in such a good way.
and I'm on vacation. So I don't have to be anywhere. I've been asleep until I heard my phone vibrate, and I
Right.
woke up about a couple hours and I got the message.
Right.
Yeah, and even if you're not here and you're busy and you do have free time, brother, we can all, and I know Keston's very busy also, we can all get on the phone and pump it through.
Right.
And
right.
Vibe Live still the same way for wherever you are. You don't have to always be, because you won't always be able to make it.
Right.
But I'm going to open the lines in after I ask this question, but I'm going to ask this question for Tiger Lily 99, who is in the UK right now. And she wanted to know about, the understandings of the teachings of Malachi, York, and the Nuwabians. She wants to know your perspective on that.
Wow. Okay, so
And give a simple answer, tease, but
First, I want to say thank you for asking that, because a lot of people do not even know about those brothers and sisters.
Right.
And now, me listening to his information and meeting some of the brothers, again, I'm not within that circle to know their innermost sacred teachings.
Right.
But from me having access to some of their books and knowledge, I think that it's a lot of esoteric information, but I think it's a lot of rooted and grounded information that can help you grow. I don't have anything negative to say about them, because I seen a lot of beauty in what they're doing as their own inner society. You just have to come into it with an understanding that you need to start like kindergarten and work your way up. That's what I got out of the information when I started reading it, and realized that I needed to break myself back down to a basic level and really get in tune with some of the brothers to, feed me information. And at the time I only had like one guy and that I was getting the books from.
Right.
But this was like when I was in college.
Okay.
And then that's been over 20 some years ago, and I just recently bumped back into them through Three Mass.
Right,
And that's the whole
right,
beauty
right.
of that place.
Yes, yes.
Bringing all us together
yeah.
again.
We're here now
to do it. So I would take it with a grain of salt, Sister Tiger Lily, that you have to be with those people and understanding their procedures, their processes, their rituals. Being on the outside doesn't help anyone understand the inner workings of anything.
Yes.
That's just like people thought that we had different hearts until they start opening us up and finding out that everything is able to be transferred and put in another person to make them survive.
Exactly. You mentioned something, my brother, which is a great thing that you mentioned. We all should look at it from the perspective that we are all students. And as long as we are on this plane, we are going to be learning from each other. Mm-hmm. And if we take the side of humility, really, to learn, where we don't feel like a sister cannot help us or a brother can, anyone, even a younger person, really should be able to come and reason with us and give us a perspective that we may never thought of before. Mm-hmm. But that person is also enlightening us. And
I'll tell you, I have had many of enlightening moments listening to Dr. Malachi, Sister Tiger Lily. So, again, if you want to get the true, deep knowings of that particular society of people, go hang out with them. You don't have to join. Just tell them, say, hey, yo, I'm interested. You know, I'm not an agent. You know, these days everybody's an agent.
Yeah.
You come in and say, I want to study, and they say, no, I don't want to join. They think, no. Just be honest and be real and say, hey, look, I just want to come hang out and enjoy it. It's an experience.
Just want to know.
You know, it's just like here in Central Florida. You know, I go to the powwows and with the scouts. You know, they have Indian Week.
Yeah.
You know, and you go in, you meet folks from other tribes or whatnot, whether they $5 Indians or not, you know, per se, if you know what that is, or indigenous. You know, I go enjoy the moment of experiencing the different people and their culture and their information and their knowledge, and I ask questions.
Right.
You know, that way you come back with a more full, holistic view of a part of yourself, because you may be able to relate to some of the things that they have.
And that's so true, my brother. And that's why, you know, what I tell people, say, the more I come into myself, the more I realize that I need to deal with the holistic side of things. Because the holistic side of things, really, where you deal with the spiritual, the physical, and the emotional, and all these different parts. Basically, we don't separate one from the other.
Correct.
This is what I'm saying. Is because we are one.
That's correct.
You see, and that's why I said we are part of the all, and the all is part of us. We don't separate. Can't just treat, I'm going to treat the liver. What is causing the damage on the liver?
Right.
This is what I'm saying is, I'm going to treat the kidney. What is the damage on the kidney?
Right. And what does it, when it malfunctions, what else malfunctions? Because it malfunctions.
It's strained, yes.
Exactly. You see, and that's the thing, it's a breakdown. You see what I'm saying is, so everything, even again, go back to this thing where the transfer of car, if you look, and sometimes there's a problem over here on the car, and you fix this one thing, but it's giving you another. So you got to go to the root of the issue. And then when you go to the root and you fix that problem, then all the problem resolved. And the same thing we got to do with ourselves, you know, with information. We got to learn. We got to have the willingness to learn, and we got to get out of the state of mind where we, marginalize people, put them in the corners, because, you know, we hear a lot of things. But as you said, the important thing is to go to the source and just be honest with them and say to them, listen, I would like to know about, you know, what you guys are into.
Yeah.
And
even if you don't become a full lifetime member, you can get an understanding with them to say, hey, from time to time, I just want to come enjoy what you do.
Right.
You know, I identify with this festival you have.
Absolutely.
You know, I identify with these foods you serve, this drink you have. Hey, I love that meditation you was doing. It uplifted me.
Right.
You know, and I'm still rooted in my original thing.
There you go.
That I was associated with, but I come and I have a new thing now that also adds to my energy and my vibration.
Exactly.
You know, we don't always have to belong to everything.
You see,
know?
but you know, my brother, the important thing is that we're putting the fear factor out of things.
Correct.
When we go that way. And so once we put the fear factor out, then we are open.
And then not to say that we're the only way.
Right. There you go.
Right. And just like I took my children and my sons to church one time, and it was very foreign to them. But I explained it. And then they said, oh, okay, I got it now. You know, there's like, so they were relating it back to our African spiritual concepts that they've been learning for the last, 5 years or so.
Right.
But it was strange to them. They hadn't been in a church, for years since they were little kids. So for Sister Tiger Lily, I would say if you're around some New Wapians, disregard all the negative that you've seen in the media about them. Don't let the situation that happened with Dr. York, because we don't know if that's fake news or not. We don't know if that brother's really locked up or not. I don't know. I haven't been able to get a hold of him. I don't know if there's people that write him or go see him, or anything of that matter. So, let's understand we live in a very dynamic society that has a lot of ill repute. That everything's got to be a mystery or hidden or secret, to a certain degree at higher levels, of political, demographical operation. So Sister Tiger, I would say, find you some New Wapians. Hug your New Wapian today.
I know a few, and I've been talking to a few for a few years on the bus. I know a little bit of everybody out there, so I'm definitely going to have the main brother that I know to come by, and maybe we can all vibe like this again. We'll make more room in here, and we can really chop it up because we are all one.
right.
regardless, and there's value in all of us.
And look
You
for
see?
the engineering between it all, like the wheels within the wheels. You know,
Right.
one wheel don't turn unless the other wheel is hitting it. You know, in its moments. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And that's an engineering
Yes.
term, but that's also a spiritual and a time relative term. So we got to hit each other in our moments and keep these wheels turning. You know, so
There
they
you
can
go.
cause other mechanisms to start operating to get us back to being whole again.
You know, my brother, as you mentioned that, you know what I mean, I remember in the book of Ezekiel, we talk about the wheels, within the wheels.
Now,
And
see, I
then-
wasn't thinking that way, but thank you for
That's
bringing
what I'm
that
saying
out.
is. So it goes again to show you really how the universe works.
Right.
And how the creator works. Okay, talk about it was full of eyes and all these different things, you see. And so we are all a part of that wheel that is turning. And so then it go back and it talks about also the dry bones in the valley. What I see right now is happening. I see all of the African diaspora is coming together. All of the dry bone that was sucked off all of its energy and all of whatever moisture was in there really start to come together now. You know, so the bones, and they tell you how the bones is reconnecting. And I relate that to my melanin brothers and sisters, as you says. I relate that to them coming back together because we have been apart. We have been in this valley, so to speak, for so long.
Yeah.
Dried up of knowledge, dried up of who we are, dried up of all of the love of self and all these different things.
And there's no shame, family. Don't feel ashamed if you don't know. It just means you have an opportunity to find out. That's all it means. And then once you know something, you build on it.
There you
And
go.
you search for like-minded people to help you build on
There
it.
you go.
And then you get some unlike-minded people to challenge and to show and prove what you know.
Yes.
Not to put them down, but just to see if you can take what they know and find the common denominators, I say,
Yes,
to
yes.
what you know,
Yes.
to let them know that they on the same page as you. They just need to wake up to it.
That's the thing, my brother, and that's what we gotta do. We gotta uplift each other. We gotta build each other up and stop tearing each other down as a
Right, man.
community, because that's what we are famous for, is to
Right.
push each other down.
And that's why I really don't want to bang on the pastors. You know, I know they're out there trying to, in reality, make everybody do good. Notice the phrase, make. Okay? Spiritual systems don't make people do anything. The people decide themselves how to govern themselves according to the principles and laws of the universe that the Creator has designed for them through nature.
Right.
You know, so I don't want to bang on the pastors, but I think at the end of the day that all of them should take a look at the sciences of our ancestors, at all of these historical moments, Nicene Creed, Council of Chalcedon, all of these things that have occurred up to what we learned in school from Alexander the Greek, as we
Right.
learned from Dr. Walter Williams.
Right, right.
You know, Alexander the Great, for those who didn't
Right.
really catch what I was talking about.
Right,
And to
right.
know where a lot of this stuff started from.
Exactly.
You know, so that they could have a different teaching perspective.
Right.
And if you're going to still talk Jesus, make the mythos relate back to your re-Africanize it.
Right.
You know, as Brother James
Absolutely.
Small says.
Yes.
You know, re-Africanize it. Excuse me,
Exactly.
Dr.
Dr. James
Small. So
Right.
no disrespect to the elder.
Right.
You know, re-Africanize it.
Right.
You
right.
know, so that the children can look in the mirror again
There you go,
and
my
see
brother.
themselves.
There you go.
You know,
see,
and-
and that's what is missing out of the equation. That we're not allowing our children to look in the mirror and really see themselves. They're seeing
Right.
somebody else that they want to be. But once we get to that point, is what I'm saying, where we uplift ourselves. And you know what I mean? Dr. Ben is a wonderful brother for us to make, sit down sometime, have a family time with our children and let them listen to brothers like Dr. Ben, because
That's
Dr.
what I
Ben
do on my
will-
Wisdom Wednesday in my house, brother.
Exactly. He will explain the whole spiritual concept of all these different things
Yes.
that you don't have an understanding of. And so when you listen to these brothers is going to give you a wealth of information. And what I appreciate about these brothers in all trueness, these brothers take their own money, their
That's right.
own resources,
Own resources.
and they really dig deep down because they want to open up this wealth of knowledge of the ancestors to us. And that's one of the things when I look and see what these brothers did, Walter Williams, I look at these brothers and I say, man, I'm so thankful for these brothers.
And Tony Browder.
There you
Brother
go.
Tony, man,
You know,
look, bro. I worked in Washington D.C.
Right.
and did not know this brother existed.
Wow.
If I had known the brother existed, I would have been on his tour every weekend. I would have paid him to take me just to hear the story again and again and again. Egypt on the Potomac,
Right.
You know, and for the family, if you want to know who Brother Tony Browder is, go look him up. But his website is IKG Cultural Center. It's in Washington D.C. He also has the Asa Restoration Project, which he's a director.
Right.
So any one of us can go over to Kemet, and we the archaeologists, working under a lead archaeologist who's a pink African sister,
Right.
who's been excommunicated, as a matter of fact, blacklisted because she says that our ancestors are heavy melanated people that look like us. Okay? She got ousted. But she has the support, and Brother Browder is working through her
Right.
because she's the credentialed person.
Right.
And we have our own team of people that's out there uncovering the Metu Neter, deciphering the Metu Neter. So we can see it and read it for ourselves now. We don't have to let anybody interpret it. So it's another one of those avenues
Right,
for
right.
family to participate in to make this grow, to make this bigger. You know,
Right.
and he goes to Ethiopia. There are other places we need to go to. Nubia. There's a brother, Jabari Osaze, that I've been following off and
Right.
on the YouTube and everything. That's how I met him. Legacy Today. I'm just gonna throw the shots out to these brothers. You know, he takes people to Nubia. I think he went to Nubia this year. I wanted to go, but in my circumstance with me being on certain projects as the
Right.
lead, you know, I was not able to take off in time to do that. But
But-
if there are any more questions,
Let me just say one thing. Seeing time, the lines are open. 888-575-3769. Anybody else want to call in? The lines are open. And I just want to say, look at this, because the Three Masks Incorporated, we were there on Colonial right off of the trail. Now, you know what goes on Colonial right off of the trail most of the time. But because, big shout out to Brother Tim and Sister Dawn for having such an establishment and a wonderful cultural center to bring us together, we're here right now. We connected because of that. Because we could have been in the line at Walmart. We could have been at the red light nearby. We could have been at Wawa. And if we adopted the way that's indoctrinated into most of us, right, we'd probably give each other the side eye.
and believe and
You see? And not see the value in each other.
Yes, and this is where I learned.
Not us, I'm saying, but just-
Yoruba.
yeah.
I was introduced to Yoruba through Tim,
Right,
through Three
right,
Mass,
right.
Ifa. I met people from just so many different systems, and
Right.
we're collaborating, knowing the Kemetic tree of life connected
Yes.
through the Yoruba, the Ifa,
Right.
and now the Muslim brothers been in there off and on. The Moors have been coming in there off and on. I mean, man, there's so much beauty on the Art Talk the last weekend of the month.
Right.
You know, all these folks, we come together, and there ain't no beef.
But you know the funny
Ain't no
thing
beef.
is, you know, as you mentioned that, I mean, I was telling Tim the other day, I say, you know, my brother, when I come into your establishment,
Sorry about that. If you can see in time, if you can mute your computer or your device is giving us a little feedback. I know you're sleepy. I know you want to talk direct. Just mute that. Stay on the line, but just
I
mute.
did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay. Let me
You know,
adjust the sound.
what I was saying is that I'm thankful to this brother because, you know, I was telling him, I said, every time I come into Tree Mass, I feel like I'm at home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying is because of, you know, the way the establishment is set up, you meet so much wonderful spirit inside of there. You know, you resonate with each other. You know, brothers and sisters appreciate each other. And so that's what we have to look forward to. But I'm going to give my sister who is on the line a chance to speak.
Sister, I'm glad you're feeling so much better. I'm glad you're here. And you had a few questions. And just to vibe with us, talk to us. And I'm probably going to have to adjust the levels a little bit, but you go ahead and talk. I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad to be alive. Thanks. I've got a question for you. I probably got in a little bit late, but he was speaking about the God factor and how some guys said that God came to him. I'll get to that, but what I want to know is, and I've always had this question, about all of the Noah and the Ark and all of the animals, a pair of each animal, male and female. How did the animals get all over the globe, from Noah's Ark of the world in the east. How did they get to the west, to the north, to the south, and how did the animals spread all over the world? It's just something that's always perplexing. I find perplexing.
Okay, from an engineering perspective, ma'am, they swam.
Right.
That's as plain and common sense as I can put it. I'm just being real. You asked me how did they get there, so now let's go back. We talked about the ark. Did you hear us talking about the ark?
I heard. I didn't get all of it. Some of it I did.
And I wasn't being sarcastic when I said. I was not being sarcastic when I said they swam. I was just being. That was a joke. I want you to have fun with this, okay? All right. You need to feel happy when we're talking about this. All right. So the ark itself, I was explaining earlier from the engineering perspective from within me. It reads that once the Creator notified Noah that it was going to rain, He put him on notice. He said, "Hey man, it's going to rain. I'm going to make it rain like it never rained before." Noah said, "Okay, tell me what I should do." He said, "You're going to build an ark." He gave him all the dimensions. Now Noah, in his common sense of knowing what rain is like during his time, says, "Man, if it's going to rain like it's never rained before," because the Bible doesn't mention that Noah asked the Creator how much rain He was going to deliver. So Noah, in an algebraic expression, has an X and a Y. He doesn't know how much rain, so he's going to assume how much depth his ship has to be added to based on the dimensions that the Creator gave him, right? Because He gave him everything he supposedly needed to know, except how much water was going to come down. So he's assuming that this ark that he's supposed to build has got to be able to handle this, right? But then when the Creator says, "I need all the animals, they're going to come 2 by 2. Well, Noah doesn't know all the species of animals, insects, and things on the planet. And if he did, the Bible doesn't mention that. So as an engineer, I'm saying Noah probably said, "All right, I got to figure for these animals. I don't know how many animals. I'm going to take the largest animal that I know that I see, and I'm going to say this particular animal is going to fill my ship. So I'm going to design my ship around the largest animal that I can see, particularly the elephant." Okay, that's probably the largest mammal that he was able to physically see, was an elephant. So I'm going to design it for the elephant. Now anything else come up in here, I'm good.
Right.
I know I'm good.
Right.
So now the rain starts coming in Noah's mind, and he starts saying, "Man, my ark is going to take water. So I got to design it just like he said, but I got to put a little bit of something to defer the water. But we're going to need water. How are we going to drink? Man, I need food. The animals need food. So I got to load the ship up with more weight to hold food and water for 40 days and 40 nights. And I want you to think about that. 40 days and 40 nights. I need enough water, enough food, and then where everybody going to poop and where everybody going to pee. Okay? Right. So I got to have some accommodations of comfort. You know what the animals smell like when you at the circus, in the zoo.
That's right.
You know what it's going to smell like if you locked up on the ark, okay? You got some chambers you have built that have nothing that can penetrate them, but you know and I know that you can smell folk from the toilet room sometime when you walk by. And there's 2 rooms down. They just blow it up. So you know an elephant can blow it up, right? So just having fun with it. From that perspective, ma'am, from that perspective, sister, you got to look at all of that information. The Creator designed you to be an engineer, to think through nature, through common sense. And when it stopped raining, they were supposed to have landed on Mount Ararat, at the peak of the mountain, right?
Right.
So if it's water that has gotten them to the height of a mountain, then the animals would have no choice but to swim until all that water evaporated and receded back down to what we have as normal occupiable levels. All right. Now, if they had waited and they had to walk and travail, then I'm at a loss, because there's some places they still gonna have to swim across the Pacific, across the Atlantic, across the Indian, through the Red Sea, traveling up to the Antarctic. But we know in reality that if they have found mammoths, that cannot be the case scientifically, because mammoths outdate elephants. So we have to look at all circumstances of information within our society that we give. And it's a metaphysical story more so than it is a real historical story. So we have to understand those keys. And that's not to put anything down. If someone wants to believe that, then it's their choice to believe that. But do I believe that? No. I know from an engineered common sense perspective and of basic algebraic expressions that could not be delivered in that manner. Yeah, it cannot be delivered in that manner. We can do it. We can do it now because we have scientifically advanced. We can calculate that. We can do it.
Key thing. The scientifically, you've heard that King Solomon said that there's nothing new under the sun.
Yes, ma'am.
Then let's talk about the scientific advancement we have today. Could that scientific advancement be?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
That scientific advancement back then, and it just recycled to us because there's nothing new under the sun.
I would agree with that from an engineering perspective, but keeping it in relation to the Bible, it doesn't reveal that to us. It doesn't give us the explanations.
Right. I don't think a lot of things in the Bible reveal a lot of things to us. I think it's for us to kind of like use common sense.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Nothing new under the sun. Yes, look at all the great edifices and structures from the ancient times that we cannot even build to this day. So I would be stupid as an engineer to think that Noah was incapable, if Noah existed, to build such a thing. You see what I'm getting at? But based on the Bible's information and some of the clues within that algebraic expression, he didn't have all the information. But if he did have it, yes, I think he could have built that ark. But where would the animals go and how would they get there? Going back to your question, they swam.
And then also, too, you got to think, too, that some of those animals were predatory toward other ones.
I don't see an elephant swimming.
Well, Sister Seeing Time, evidently you didn't see me at the beach last week.
The elephants only went to 2 countries now. Was it Africa and India?
India. Yes. So check it out. That meant that if he was in Mount Ariyat, if he was in Mount Ariyat, right? The elephant came down the mountains, travailed through Asia, right? Mm-hmm. A long time. Elephants move slow now. That means he got to cross more mountains. Yeah. So if I'm an elephant, I'm thinking like, yo, I'm going to take the shortcut. I'm going through the Red Sea. I'm crossing over. I'm coming through the savannas. Okay, y'all going to stay right here? Yeah, we're going to stay right here. Okay, well, we're going to keep going. We're going to get to Madagascar. We're going to chill out a moment. Hopefully there are no penguins there. I'm just joking. You know the cartoon Madagascar. And then
sounds like the children's.
And then we're going to go across the Indian Ocean. We're going to go across the Indian Ocean and we're going to get to India. Yeah. But we don't really know exactly everything. We can only make scientific assumptions based on tectonic plates, historical moments of knowing the pattern of bones and fossils that lead to where these animals may have existed at certain points in time in history.
And people have said that when people travel the earth, they have taken animals with them. And because if you pay attention, you don't see animals, like elephants out west, in the west. They're more so in the east, like India and Africa.
Well, they found mammoth bones over here. Within the United States. I have not seen them myself. I've only read articles. I've only read the articles, so I haven't had that secondhand experience.
But those are sea creatures, right?
No, mammoth. It's the woolly mammoth, like the big giant Ice Age elephant.
Oh, really?
With the enlarged tusks that curl up more than the modern elephant. Its predecessor, its ancestor. Hey, to confirm that too, what you just said, sister, the Chinese have lions. statues everywhere all over China. You know, with the ball, you know, those animals with their paw on the balls, those are lions. So how do they know about lions? But there are no lions indigenous to China.
I was just looking at the map of the East today, so I can see in the East how they would have traveled from one country to another, because when you look at where China is and you look at Ethiopia and some parts of North Africa, you know, all of these countries, they're connected somehow. And, you know, over time I could see animals actually travel. And I was just paying attention to the map earlier while I was writing, well, trying to write anyway. But, well,
and animals have a better...
A lot of the stories in the Bible...
Go ahead, sister. I apologize. Go ahead.
Now, I was saying a lot of the stories in the Bible sounds like Brian Nancy fairy tales to me. The main thing about the Bible to me is that it's the New Covenant, I believe, New Testament. If you paid attention to it, it's all about repetition. If Jesus or Yeshua was supposed to have done all these wonderful things, why are there 4 gospels? Is it 5 or 4 gospels? And they repeat themselves. If you and I were to go to Mount Everest, or let's say Niagara Falls in Canada, right? And we were there for 2 days, and we had to write about the experience. I'm sure, come on, you would have seen things that I didn't see. Okay, we're there. You may have a different perspective of something than I would have. Although we are there, you would have seen things that I may not have caught my eye. But you've noticed about the Gospels, they repeat themselves. If you're in school and you want to study for a test, what do? You keep repeating the stuff to yourself over and over till it sinks in, right? So you look at the Gospels, they repeat themselves. It's like someone is trying to make me to believe something.
Right.
You know? It's not true.
Well, and not only that,
Go ahead, please.
I said not only that, but when you really get into the academia matrix comparison of it, if you made a table and you put down, you know, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and you railed out, okay, what was their observation of each of the moments with Jesus, they don't coincide all the way, you know, which is questionable within itself. So yes, I attend to what you're saying in that perspective, that someone is corroborating to get you to envision the perception they want you to see.
Right. And my last thing is about God. You said that you were speaking about that God supposedly came to someone. I missed that part of it when I came in late, I guess. And you spoke about God appeared to some guy and revealed things to him. Is that correct, or did I misunderstood something? My head still hurts a little, so forgive me.
I don't think we had got that. Did we get that?
Yeah, I think he was talking about that. I think he was talking about that brother that, you know, he mentioned some mention of Einstein, but that brother.
Oh, yes.
About,
the Dr. Oyo, Gabriel Oyo, what he was doing was he was saying that he was giving the credit of the mathematical expression to the Creator. You know, he was saying in his vision, his dream, in his studies, in his meditation, he said that the Creator had come to reveal to him this mathematical expression. No one had uncovered this information since Einstein started another part of it. There's like 4 people who had different parts of trying to find the mathematical expression for everything in the universe. Okay? And he said that not him. He didn't say I. He didn't say Dr. Oyo. He didn't say Dr. Gabriel Oyo. He didn't say that this brother, I'm the baddest man, I'm the baddest scientist and mathematician and engineer in the world. No, he gave credit to the Creator, because all things stem from nature, from the Creator through nature. And in his observations of nature, based on the information that others observed in nature, and I'm going to use Einstein since more people are familiar with him, and Gauss and a few other people. Gauss is with magnetics. Einstein is with the theory of relativity and quantum physics. And he just acknowledges, say, yo, these persons have already established that they studied ancient Egyptian cosmogony. And he went back to it as an African understanding it and broke it down. That in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. Well, in knowing the manifestations of Ra and the overthrowing of Apep in the ancient Egyptian cosmogony, it reads that Ihika, and it came into manifestation not before Shu or Tefnut, which is what we would say would be air and moisture. Okay, so there's a lot of things broken down from ancient Egyptian cosmogony that are in the Bible, that are broken up in the Bible, and unless you're an attuned student and studier and seeker of wisdom and knowledge, or you belong to a group that can share this information, it's a pure oversight to the average person. And he was just giving credit to saying that he found G-I-J, comma J equals 0. That's the God Almighty grand unified theorem of everything in the universe, and no one has disproved it yet.
Can you type his name in the when you guys give websites and addresses? Please type it in so we can
let me do that again
correctly.
Give me that website again so I can type it in for them, brother.
Appreciate that.
You can look him up on YouTube. Just type in Dr. Gabriel. That's Dr. capital D, lowercase r, period, capital G, lowercase a, B, R, I, E, L.
I-E-L.
Is it 2 L's or 1?
Last name Oyo. O-Y-O. Oyibo. 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 She corrected me. The sister correct. Oyibo. Oyibo.
Is it IBO?
O-Y-I-B-O.
Why?
I know why I'm saying Oyo. I was listening to Neka, another Nigerian.
O-Y-I-B-O.
Uh-huh.
O-Y.
Okay,
O-I-I-B-O.
Okay.
O-Y-I-B-O. Yes. Oyibo. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the correction, sis.
And he's a scientist. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was just curious when he said God came to him. I just wanted to know, how did God come to him?
He said in one of his videos, it was through his meditations and his studies, and he went back to, because he realized he's a spiritual man. So he, in his spirit, he was listening to the inner self and voice to say and give him direction. Because think about it, most scientists are not going to say that they were directed to go study ancient Egyptian cosmogony. Not for the record. This man is on the record. And no one's been able to refute his work yet. And he was a Nobel Peace Prize candidate or nominee. I don't know if he got it. I haven't gotten that far as reading. I don't know if he got it. He didn't get it? I'm talking with the sister. She says he didn't get it. Wow. So he surpasses all the other 5 scientists who were given Nobel Peace Prizes, and he hasn't gotten it. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, thank you for explaining that to me, and
Well,
I
thank you for
listening
asking.
as well.
Right. Thank you for your call, sisters. We have some other brothers and sisters on the line.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
Introduce yourselves and just come on in.
Yeah. My name's Wayne, and I got a question for the brother there. You hear me?
Yeah,
Tell
go ahead,
Wayne,
brother.
we hear you.
Yeah. Great. Just a quick question. I have a son, kids, and they're going to be going to school soon. I just wonder, do you have any recommended reading books or anything that make sure my kids get off to a good start in the world and everything?
Now, here's where I go with people when they ask me this. I have to ask you a couple questions. One is,
Okay.
What is your ethnic background?
Jamaican.
Okay. So, all right. So where I would start with, if I'm a Jamaican, and for me being a consultant to you, is to start off reading any simple literature on Marcus Garvey to get an idea of the people in your area that have contributed to the world holistically to make it better. All right, that's the approach that I normally take. Like for instance, I had a brother that I met was from Honduras, and and I met him by way of work, and just so happened that we were Masonic brothers. We're in the same organization, and he had a similar question, and I said, well, who are the names of your shamans from your culture? The first thing we have to do is get back to identifying with our culture. Doesn't matter where you're from, get back to identifying with your culture. Now, what you do is you start finding the similarities in other cultures so your children can be well rooted in many facets of nature, the nature of people, the nature of creation. So I would start there. Now, basic books, now you want to get them started back in school, you have to go a little deeper with me. So if you want to talk.
Right, like science, mathematics.
Okay. So for science, okay, science, mathematics, okay.
Could be an engineer or something.
All right, beautiful. Okay, so with that said, I would say go to khanacademy.com. Start off with basic khanacademy.com. If you want to inspire them in terms of being engineers, architects, all of those types of information, then I would say for you as the parent, you have to be integrally involved in this to break some information down. So there's a book that I like called Civilization or Barbarism by Sheikh Anta Diop. The reason being is because he goes in to share with you who the people are that gave us algebra, not the Greeks. They taught the Greeks. The Greeks didn't create anything. They only learned and borrowed and did not give any credit in the latter years. Many of their philosophers did give credit, but that information was buried by academians. So you can go in on that. He will give you the math. He will show you where the first rulers that they used for the decimal systems. Okay. Now, there were many rulers in terms of measurement devices throughout the history of, archaeological work. You got the bone, you got the, what is that ruler, the bones, where it's got the markings on it. I don't have the name in front of me right now, but start them off with those basic type elements. And you don't have to read the whole book. Just go to those sections so they would have a historical base in respecting other cultures, then bring it into the modern sense of what we use and find the similarities, the common denominators, so you can build on it. Because the children, as they move forward into the future, must know the past of how things have been built, how they've been able to withstand earthquakes. There are places all over the world that get earthquakes, but old ancient monuments are still not affected. And if they are, it's minimally damaged and affected. Okay. Now, as far as reading, like from a English standpoint, I always use the maxims of Ptah, things that teach kids how to be righteous. You can find all kind of good children's books. It doesn't matter which culture, as long as they have the underlining theme that the child is imagining, using their imagination, and that the parent is encouraging them to use the imagination, and that they find some way of using the imagination to create things on a positive level, to build things, to create comforts, and to build a better society. Those type of books. And that doesn't have to be an African book or a Chinese book. It could be any kind of those books. Because reading is reading. Right. But it is the plot, the plot of the transformation of the mind and the soul to progress in society, to move forward, to raise our divinity. And divinity is not just being holy and, thou cannot do this and that. No, divinity is the holistic knowing of how we're going to get to that third rock from the sun that's in another galaxy. Okay? That's some heavy stuff when we start getting to that level of teaching children to understand the universe, to understand themselves, to understand nature. And then if we never get there, then what that really means is maybe there's a hole that we ain't ready to get down. And knowledge is not going to be revealed because we ain't at peace yet. And we're not in total harmony. So that's what I would suggest. I got a library of books. You just have to be more specific with your...
More specific?
Yeah,
science and math, there's the big thing now is STEAM or STEM.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is that, and through my Moorish Temple, I'm the director of the JSW Moorish Temple of Amun-Ra, and we have a STEAM program. And it's a 2x STEAM. So we have science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And then as above, so below. So on the flip side above, we have spirituality, talent, environment, which the brother was talking about earlier, and then we have athletics, and we have mental wellness is what we cover. So that covers both sides of the spectrum of everything. And I pulled up my book list here. I got my book list here on my phone.
And while you
What age are your children?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello?
What age are your children?
Oh, well, I only have one kid right now. He's not even 2 years old yet.
Oh man.
We're planning to have some more.
Okay, so for your 1-year-old, now if you want to read
Almost 2.
if you want to read a bedtime story, and this would be one that's I'm going to be biased here, family, so forgive me.
You can say it all here,
But
brother.
it's a book written by Brother Ra'un Nefer Amen, and it's called Heru Resurrection. It's a beautiful story of the ancient Egyptian cosmogony. If your son was, it's your son or daughter?
The son.
Okay, yeah. If he was 5 years old reading, he would absolutely love this book. But you can read it to the 2-year-old, and then if you're a Christian, if you want to figure out the similarities between the book and the Bible, it's right there. You'll see it all day long as your heart is pure, and that you're sincerely trying to reach a level of good spiritual awareness for you and your child. Or even if you're Muslim, it doesn't matter. As long as
I'm non-denominational.
Okay. Well, I always tell people, as long as your heart is pure, you'll see the similarities, and you can get the common denominator out of anything, because that's the universe, the common denominator of everything.
Yeah, you see, and you see, that's the thing. When we talk about come into yourself, you have to come into yourself. You see what I'm saying is that when you come into yourself, and that's why I tell people, because the quickest thing people quick to ask you is about religion. If you're religious, is what I'm saying is. But as this brother saying, he's non-denomination. He's not into that. But you see, the thing is now, this brother, in a sense, he's free himself. And so as we say now, we have to go to the spiritual concept. Mm-hmm. When you get the spiritual concept, like my brother here is talking about, what it helps you to do now is to create that balance. Is what I'm saying. And that's what we're looking to do. You see, it's just like the concept of good and evil, and some people and some religion teach one day there's not going to be no evil no more. But when you come into true knowledge, you will realize that there have to be a balance. Mm-hmm. Is what I'm saying. It's just like a car. You need negative and positive charge in order to make it go. You see, it's the same thing with everything else. It's just that you have to find the balance in the equation.
Can I add to that?
Sure,
bro?
my brother.
Now, he just woke me up to something, and it just hit me. Now, this is for a lot of the Christian family out there too, and the Muslim family, if you're listening. The devil never dies. In the Bible, he is never killed.
That's true.
He is captured, he is chained, and then he is set free again. Who frees him?
There you go. There you go.
So it's like this brother saying, it's a balance. What it is, just telling the story of your higher self and your lower self.
Yep. Yes.
When you get ready to make some more babies, brother, you got to let your lower self go. You ain't gonna be able to help mama bring nothing into this world until your lower self is let loose, literally.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you realize what needed to be happened, because there's a time, they have a saying to say, Solomon says a time and a place for everything.
Yes, sir.
So now when we are in here vibing with this kind of knowledge, it's not about making baby or creating other humans, actually, so to speak. But now when you go to that level now, it's a different level. You see that you're coming into a different level of consciousness that you're coming into right there. And so that's what we need to realize, where the balance comes in.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see, and that's those concepts that we need to get into. And that is what is really going to help us to really live, so to speak.
I mean, there were ancient Kemetic kings that took on the name of Set in the form of Seti.
Right.
And they took on those names during the times where they needed to regain control of their kingdom.
There you go.
They said that the only thing for us to do is get to a state that we so low that we got to be more ruthless than they are in terms of showing them that they not the strongest ones on the land. But yet,
Absolutely.
we got to come back.
There you go.
And we got to show them that we higher in our nature than them. So now that we done kicked your butt, we're going to put you on a ship with food, clothes, and whatever you need, and don't you come back across here with this nonsense again.
You see, that exactly.
And
my
then they
brother.
change their names
There you
to
go.
a higher form of the divinity. You know, but they use that little energy, bruh,
But that's
to handle their business.
exactly, and that's what we have to realize, that there's times when we have to go there.
That's right.
You see, and the thing is, as I said, sometime when I say certain things to our black brothers, our melanated brothers, that there's certain things that have to be done in order for your situation or your condition to change in society. You see, but we are afraid to go there. But in all actuality, you must go there in order to change your situation.
Full range.
You see, and so that's where the balance again comes in. You
Yeah.
can't be over here on one side. The scale must come back to center. You see, and what we're finding out now with knowledge, as I said about the concept of the dry bone, it is where our people are coming back to that level of balance. They're coming into consciousness. Their consciousness level is being raised. And so, because the universe realized that it's been an imbalance for a very long time. So now balance must come back into the equation.
You know, brother, I just thought of another book for you. And this book I found, because I bought it for my daughter, my first child. And you said this is your first child. Now, my first child, born child, was a daughter. But it's a beautiful book. It's called Mama, Do You Love Me? And I purchased this book in Alaska. The people that I was sharing with these brothers about the Inuit people that I met on Dutch Harbor who worked there, who had never heard the expression God, or said in that way we say it in English. And one of the ladies, they had a little shop, and she asked me, I want to buy anything? And I always feel guilty when I go somewhere, and especially when people have business, because I want people to support me, so I give so I can be given to. And they had a little doll, a little Eskimo doll, and in the book, and it was nice. It's called Mama, Do You Love Me? So you might be able to find that on the internet. It's about an Eskimo baby that was born. That's a good reading book. I remember my daughter would always smile on her way to sleep after I read that book.
Yeah, I think like with the kids though, you kind of like you're creating the future. I mean, I don't think my background is anything special. Like I said, my parents are Jamaican, but there's one of the things we never get along with is like I feel like they never. Well, no, they didn't. They never had a vision for us. They just had us. I mean, on both sides of my family.
Were they hardworking people?
They had like. Yeah, I guess you can say that.
Yeah, they had their head down, man. That's how, my parents were like that too, man. They only had so much that they could give me because they were so busy trying to make it.
But I must say something to you. If you don't mind, my brother, I'll say something to you because, being of a Jamaican background, coming from Jamaica, born and raised, really, to be honest with you. I was raised by my mother, really and truly. I tell people, for instance, that my mother never used the word physically that I love you, but by the things that she done for us as children growing up, I knew within myself.
Right.
She showed me love. She didn't say I love you, but she showed me love by her action. You see what I'm saying? By the discipline and all these different things. And so I grew up and these things become a part of who I am. You see? And so, but I had to learn to come into myself. And so, with all of these aspects and these different concepts, because one thing I know about most Jamaican people from back in the days growing up, they always, hard worker because they, even though maybe they don't know the direction to give you. And that's not intentional a lot of times. It's just what they learn from their parents, because a lot of us, as, African people really, in a lot of sense, we didn't get that education, so to speak. And so, coming to this point now where we could educate ourselves, educate our children, in the sense now we can realize, okay, they did their best by us, really. And so, we have to set them free and set ourselves free. You see what I'm saying?
That doesn't apply. I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't really apply to my situation.
Oh, okay.
One
Well,
thing I know Jamaicans.
well, you want to share with us, bro, what you got going, or?
Go ahead, brother.
Well, I don't. Okay.
You ain't got to go too deep. You don't have to go too deep, bro. Just just keep it superficial.
We can hear you thinking.
Okay, well, I don't think that most. Okay, speaking as I know I'm with Jamaican people my whole life. I don't think like most Jamaican people, they let their kids go too much. Like for example, like Lance is always talking about his brother did drugs and all that stuff, right? Okay, I have a brother did drugs, and my parents never did anything about that. They just let nature's take its course. Yeah, they should have. If that was my son, I'd be stomping him. I would just we'd be fighting every day.
That's why his fingers broke on the end. My little pinky after I smashed it one time.
Here's something I learned from my parents. My parents were similar to this brother. I never heard my parents say "I love you." It was more of I got that through my mom cooking. I could tell she put her spiritual love into that thing because I ate it all. My father, when he brought something home, I cherished it because I knew he went out and he earned it. And then I earned it too because I had chores that I had to uphold and keep. Now, at the end of the day,
father.
Oh yeah, well, thank you. He was. I would say I still.
I don't think my father's like that. I think because one day my father told us that he's sorry that he ever had us, and we're the reason why he's poor. So here's what I say to that. First, forgive your father, brother, and he brought you into the world so you could be right here at this moment to have this conversation with us brothers. And he may not have had the emotional teachings or sharing from someone because of the hardships that whoever was before him endured. And he may not have known how to communicate, how to express that. At some point, he might have said that out of anger. But at the end of the day, I think that he probably at some point did not mean that. Because parents have a tendency under stress to say some stupid things. I myself as a parent have said some stupid things. I have a lot of bad boys in my family.
Well, let me ask you this: Have you?
Some of them are deported and everything.
Is your father still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Okay, now when I got to a point where I was disliking my father for various little innuendo, stupid reasons, I wrote my father a letter, and I told him that I forgive him for the things he said, and then I asked him to forgive me for being a stupid son, for not identifying with him. It's that common denominator, that thing in the universe. So you got to get to know his story. See, everybody's got a story, so you got to find out what this cat's story is, and if you don't want to communicate with him to get to knowing the story, then you got to raise your level of divinity to be more at peace within and from yourself, and just tell him you forgive him before he leaves this planet. So you don't have that looming over your head, and it doesn't matter. It's for you. See, it's for your healing, and it's for your child's healing, for your child.
With the way it is, I could accept things. I just accept things the way they are.
Does he get to know the?
Some people just don't change.
Does he get to know the grandbaby? Do you allow him to get to know the grandbaby? Okay, well that's make sure you share with the child as the child is growing up the good things, because that's what the Bible says. That's what it's all about in terms of the metu neter, the beautiful things. Control those things that are evil that come to your mind, the bad thoughts. They are reality. They did happen. But make sure that the child understands the good things about the grandpa, and as long as you're controlling that nothing bad is going to happen to the grandchild. And then if there's an opportunity older when that child asks questions of you, then you could explain, and then explain how you forgave them. So guess what? When you do something out of line, your child can forgive you.
I don't look at it that way. I look at it this way. All right. Okay, the way that the Black America is so screwed up, right? There should be like millions of people watching this show right now, right? But they're not.
Maybe.
Right? Because most people don't care. They don't care.
But how did they get that way?
In that group.
How did they get that way?
The whole life. Since I've known them, they've been that way. And then most people I know are that way. They don't care. I mean,
I'm saying as black. I'm saying as a whole. I'm saying as a whole. How did they get that way? That's the history. That's the mystery of the illusion that we have to find the answer to. And in many cases, it's out there. Like you yourself. You're on this show, so that means you're seeking and you're wanting to know things. Now I've done some homework. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. So on my side of the fence, I did some homework because I had the same exact thought process that you have, man. People just don't care. Now, I identify now that people don't care, but I have an understanding of how it got to the way people don't care. And once I knew and understand parts of that story, because everybody's story is different, but the bigger picture of how it got that way, like how we can go from colored towns out of the Reconstruction period with multimillionaires within their own circles of influence to being destroyed, to being put in fear, to being afflicted with drugs, to being put in projects, to being given limited choices, and then kill off the people that are able to tell you the story about how you have choices. So you don't know anything but what you know, just like your son will only know what you teach him. He will only know what he experiences. He will only know what he decides to read when he gets to the point of reading. So you have to share the entire story so he knows, so he can care. And you implant the spirit of caring within him so that he can observe it.
He's the future.
Right, exactly, bro.
Most black people are not going to make it. I just accept that it's over with and done with. Most people aren't going to make it. That's just a fact. I accept that. I can live with that. And I look at my kids will be the future. They're going to make it.
That's how I see it. That's how I see it with my kids too, brother. I tell them every day, my father told me, you're going to have to go beyond what I have gone. And I tell my children that,
You see, not to cut you, brother, but just to say to you, my brother, as a fellow, Jamaican, and as a fellow brother, and I put it this way, I try to get out of this thing because we have to start to see ourselves as one people. It's very, very important, okay? But what I'm saying to you is this. In order for us to solve our issues and our problem, we have to go to the root of the problem. You see what I'm saying? When we go to the root of our problem, then we are going to resolve them. And most of this society that we live in, we put band-aids, so to speak. But if you have a tree in your garden or a plant in your garden and it starts to wither, you don't just look at the leaves, my brother. You have to go to the root and dig up around the root to see what is affecting the plant. And so what I'm saying is that we are a society that really find ourselves in a particular place. But what I'm saying to you and all of our brothers and sisters out there, we have to realize that we are put in this for a particular reason. And out of one thing we need to know, us as black people, as a melanated family, as my brother here put it, we survive things that possibly no one else could survive on this planet. We actually have become superhuman throughout the things that we have gone through without even knowing it. So what I'm saying is, as the brother says, we have to forgive in order for us to yield in the proper way. And in order for us to move forward, we have to just let go. You see what I'm saying is, and when we deal with the problem, find the root of the problem, then we can start to say, okay, this is what I need to do to change it. So we have to be the one to change the situation. And as my brother said to you, really, you have to inculcate that into your son. You have to inculcate that into your daughter when you have them. And so let them know the full story, because if you give them half of the story or part of the story or quarter of the story, they don't know the full truth. And so that's why you need to know. That's why he says, to go to your father or write him a letter or whatever it is and place it on him. Free yourself from that burden. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes we don't think within ourselves that we carry a burden, but we do. And when we free ourselves from that, then we come into a different space and time.
Because regardless of whatever he decides to do, what needs to happen is, like you said, brother, it's the future. That new person, that new being that is now gonna be, like the brother say, inculcated with all this knowledge from you. If you got baggage, you don't want to dump that baggage, and he's just getting started. He don't need any he don't need any weight right now. He needs to be able to run and fly as much as you're going to pick him up, throw him, and help him get a good takeoff. Okay? Yeah. And then I can see the detriments of it, because I started out to an nth degree at a certain stages of my parentage, and my wife and I have 6 children. Okay? And each one of them we had different methodologies, and we should be writing parenting books, but it's very man sensitive, sensitive. I've watched family members treat their children a certain way, like you're saying, with that I don't care parented mentality, and the children are damaged. They're damaged, man. They're damaged. I mean,
that's the norm. That's the norm in the black community.
And
right?
the majority of it is because it boils down to the identification of choices. If you don't know all your choices, you're only going to make certain decisions that lead you down certain paths. You see? And thank the Creator for me being exposed to different levels of knowledge and information that gave me other choices to see different paths in my teenage years in life. Okay? And that's not to say that bad things are not going to happen to good people, and good things are not going to happen to bad people, or good things are going to happen to good people, because I have a story all unto itself that I'll share at another time segment. But I don't give people a lot of excuses, and I try not to give myself excuses. It can be a challenge, but as my wife put it to me one time, she was a military officer. She said, the challenge is real, the challenges are hard, the experiences are real, but the difference is an elite distinction. And so your challenge that I can identify, correct me if I'm wrong, is to communicate with Father. That's a hard thing for you, and Mother.
Yeah.
All right?
They're working together.
Yeah, that's the challenge. But the experience you're having is real, and you have a child that's going to be affected by that experience. But the difference is when you raise your level of peace within yourself, which is actually improving upon your divinity, and you lay it out and you let it go and you move forward, regardless of what they do, you're always at the same level of peace and prosperity and positive energy. Okay? And your child sees that, and your child identifies that. And then you teach your child parts of the story as they grow older, so they can build on it to know how your parents got to that stage. Because there's something that drove them to that stage. Something that they may not be able to tell you some of the horrors they went through, or what the trials and tribulations were, that they might have spoke out of turn and just too proud to apologize to you to say that they wish they didn't have you. Some old school parents are that way, bruh.
Nah, they said that recently. They said it recently. It's not Nah, they meant it. They meant it.
Well, they might be trying to get back at you for something. You might, what'd you do, man? Did you take a you took a turkey without asking, bruh?
Most of the old timers, though, they have a lot of kids, right? I have 13 aunts and uncles on both sides.
Yep. My mom's number 9. Yeah, I think my mom's number 8 of 12. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So
you got a couple hundred relatives.
Yeah, but you see what I'm.
And I don't know most of them.
Right.
You're in the same boat as I am, brother.
But you see, we gotta reach to a different level, my brother. And I think that the more we work together, then the more we will see that. And as my brother here so well placed these things, if we just place ourselves in the frame of mind to accept, you see, the things that we can change at the moment, and change the things that we can change. And you see, again, the ball is in your court, so you have to handle it, from that standpoint. And once you do that, you will see a difference. But we also, we have a few more callers, so we want to share some time with them. But we appreciate you, my brother, and truly blessed to hear from you. And we hope that you keep, in touch with us, and we will continue on the path that we are on.
And make sure you get those books. The Haru Resurrection by Ra'un Nefer Amen, and Mama Do You Love Me, which is from the native Inuits up there in Alaska. And there are a ton of other books, but those are the two that came to mind that you can read to the child. And then as they get of age, they can take on the books and read them, because they're pretty basic books.
Also, brother, there was a link that they were asking you to drop the website earlier on. And brother, thank you so much for calling.
All right.
Hopefully next week, if you're free and you want to take the trek out to Central Florida because I see your location. You know, at Three Masks Incorporated, we're having the event September 15th. Where do we go from here? And just look for that tonight. I'm going to blast everybody again with it, the information. But, yeah, thank you so much.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
You were saying about website now?
Yeah, you dropped the website when we were speaking about Kemet and going out there and exploring.
Okay, that would be the that's Tony Browder. Let me pull it up for you so I can give it to you.
They want me to put it into the room, actually.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up. I always have it on my phone. Let me go. It is the IKG.
Okay, that's the actual site, the URL.
Yeah, www.
Okay.
.ikg cultural resource center, all one word, .com. That's IKG cultural resource center.com.
Got it.
From there, you'll find the ASA Restoration Project. You'll find the Ivan Van Sertima study group that you can create, your circle, cultural circle, and then you'll learn about the Wisdom Wednesdays that they do. And I patterned mine after Brother Bowder's template. And speaking of which, I just read an email, and I have been approved by Brother Browder. I got an interview to do with him for a cultural improvement program, inclusion program.
Wow.
Nice.
CIP. So we're going to have that at Three Masks. I got that set up with Tim.
Nice.
I just want to say this one thing to you, brother. With me, get used to be sticking the camera up under your nose. Brother Keston will tell you. You know,
I'm a shy brother, man. Believe it or not, it was. I was even contemplating whether I was gonna come and get with you, man, because I like to stay down under the radar.
No, I'm not insensitive, but like when you're dropping knowledge, I gotta share this, and I'm just so thankful that we met. We met for the first time last Monday. But it's like I've known you for so long, and I'll be picking your brain. Everybody here loves you, just the same way they love Brother Keston. And with the both of you here is so powerful, I got to snap a few pictures of the both of you here because this is historic.
Well, I'm a worker bee, man. I really, I may talk, but man, I have programs that I do, and I'm just a worker bee, man. I'd really like to get out and practice using this information. I practice it on myself. I practice it at home. Home's not perfect. But, I write down and evaluate what I could do better. And I've even gotten confirmations from my wife, like, hey, man, I've seen these type of things just out of the blue. Right. So I know I'm on the right track, with some things because they're coming back. And then, the children come back and, have their peace too. So I appreciate that.
And I tell you though, my brother, the thing is that one thing I know that the Creator wants, once we come into knowledge, we have to share it with our brothers and sisters because that's how we raise the vibration in our community. We lift that level, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think that's, again, where we need to go, is to continue to raise the level of consciousness. And so when I meet a brother like you, because we don't meet by accident, you follow what I'm saying?
Correct.
None of this is accident, you see. Yeah. So this is
universe is aligning itself.
Here you go again, you see. So it's the importance really of, appreciate all of this and realizing, in order for us to move forward, the Spirit brings us together. And, again, thankful to Three Master Tim, and thankful to our grand Creator for bringing us into this point right now, because he realized what needs to happen. And so that's where, and again, we and I find even myself sometimes, we always, because of what we think we know, you see what, and I have to use that word, what we think we know, that we always refer to the Creator as an E. You follow my drift? Mm-hmm. We always refer to the Creator as an E. But is that a true statement?
Right, yeah.
You follow what I'm saying? So again, for me, this is something that I'm looking into deeper, because one of the things that I've come to learn through knowledge from the Creator and some of my brothers who have advanced in front of me, you see, that as a student of these brothers that has advanced in front of me, that teach me that, the hurt, Mother Earth, this is a woman that we are dealing with. The hurt is actually alive. And so we are dealing with Mother Earth, because whatever you put into her, she produce, you know, in abundance, really.
True. Right.
You see, and so if we look at things from those aspects, you follow what I'm saying is, just like when you get with your wife and you get together, she produces, she, you know, this creation come from within her. You see, so we have to start looking at things again, like I said, from that point of view, because society, to me, society have taught us really to lower women, to put them, you know, at your footstool, so to speak, instead of raising them up to know that you are on an equal playing field, and that they may even be at a level really that we have to really draw different respect really in the aspect
and that's why I can get along with all kind of feminists. I saw a little sister, man. She probably had to be like 10 years old. She had a feminist shirt on, right? And so I was like, power to the sisters. And they look, you know, all the women, they looked at me strange, and you know, because they had on the same shirts, right? And they thought they were gonna get like a negative vibe from me.
That's right.
And so we got to talking.
That's right.
And they said, well, why would you say that? I would say, well, the universe has to correct itself. If you have been mistreated by the male or the masculine side of divinity, then the feminine must rise and smack that joker and get it back, and get the balance back.
Exactly, because, you know, one thing I've said this to sisters before. I said, what we as brothers really don't draw strength from. And I remember when the first time this was pointed out to me, that here's a sister, right? She have a baby, and she hold the baby right here. For hours on end, sometimes she have that baby on the side.
For real.
And as a man, remember, you're strong, but most of the time we're using brute strength, okay? But this sister, she just stand there in a crowd with that baby right here on her hip, and you're thinking, and we don't think of it. Okay, but she just stand there with this baby like it's nothing.
Right.
What are you thinking like? When you come into that knowledge now, when you realize, man, this is a powerful sister here, or a powerful mother, because look at how she just hold that baby here. And if I take that baby, you gotta keep. You ever see a guy take a baby, or the father take it? He's gotta keep moving the baby around.
Isn't that something?
No, I didn't even move the babies, but when my babies, I created sacks. I was toting them.
You wise, you already
on
knew.
my back, and I had them in the front.
Right. But you see, what I'm saying is, a mother take that baby on a whole different level.
Exactly.
And just hold that baby right there like it's nothing. And so we have to appreciate the strength within these things. You see what I'm saying? And stop, you know, again, come back to the realm of religion where, you know, women is put at a particular place and say that's
they're not supposed to preach.
They're supposed to,
you know, all these things in the Bible.
Supposed to teach a man or whatever.
Yeah.
So we have to come out of that kind of mindset and that kind of concept.
Now think about that.
You know.
Our mothers are our first teachers.
You see what I'm saying?
How are you gonna say in the Bible that a woman ain't allowed to preach or teach?
But look here. I didn't grow up with a father, for instance.
Right.
Okay. But my mother has taught me all my life.
Yeah.
So how do
She been your preacher from day one.
you see what I'm saying? So again, we just have to start looking, reasoning, and placing everything in its rightful place.
Right. You know, my daughter, my first daughter, was born. Man, it was like my whole perception about women changed, because I was there. I saw her when she came out.
Right.
From the expanse, infinite universe.
Right.
You know, and then when the second one was born, I was even more mesmerized. You know, you think you get bored with something, but it was like, man, wow. You know, like, man, she looked different than the first one. You know, like, man, this is awesome. And I was on a drill team. I was a commander. And around this time, the music industry had affected the brothers to such a point that even the military brothers, who's supposed to have the most discipline, was starting to wail and flounder, and got to a point of degradation. You know, with women.
Right.
And on this drill team, the brothers wouldn't come to practice and do what they were supposed to do. And we had a tradition. We were a strong drill team.
Yeah.
And won trophies and everything. And then it got to a point where the sweethearts of the military fraternity that I was involved in saw the drama unfold, that they came and said, brother, we got your back. They volunteered and became my drill team. And it was at that point I looked at my daughter, and my daughter, who had been watching me practice and train people for, at least a year or so. She was about 3 or 4 years old. And she was out there, doing the box step, that we did. And she was saying the words, and she was doing the movements like as if she was on the drill team.
Right.
And I looked at her, and I looked at those sisters, and I said, they just as good as anybody else. And I caught flack from people, but I trained all of them. And they were my drill team. And we went to drill meets. We went over to Florida State, and we went a couple other places. And I had one of the lead, they call it the tail dog, the one who shows off and does all the unique drills and everything. But I let them run the show, man. And it was a whole different vibe, but they were the most dedicated at that time of anybody that I had on a drill team.
Exactly.
And I had 3 different drill teams over periods of time. And I respected that feminine energy because it came to me, and I had a choice. I could have stuck to the man thing, been like, nah, we don't do women.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I allowed them to come in, and they did. They had to hold the weapon is 8.69 pounds. You got to spin it.
Right.
And that's not something easy to spin if you ain't never spent.
Right.
An 8.69 pound weapon.
Right.
Before we're talking about an M1903 or a Springfield M1903 rifle used in the Spanish-American Wars. It's about this long.
Right.
And I'm saying about this long for the family. In inches, you're probably talking about close to 38, 39 inches. As far as the nomenclature of that particular weapon. But I'm saying that related back to women is how do you deny that? You got sisters in the African continent that's queen warriors.
But look, there was this queen called Queen Binginaya. Okay, Queen Binginaya was one of them that was fighting when they was trying to ship out the brothers and sisters out of Africa. You see what I'm saying? And she stepped up to the plate. When I think about, my ancestor, like Sister Nani and those sisters back then, how powerful these sisters were. And so what's the
sister with the shotgun pose all the time?
Oh man,
it's not Harriet Tubman, is it? It's another sister.
No, I seen that one that you're talking about. Can't remember the name right now. But all of those things that I look at, is what I'm saying, and I always refer back to my mom, because my mom is a very powerful person to me, because I used to tell people she was my mother and my father together, because she was a disciplinarian. She served all the different roles. Is what I'm saying. So to me, that is very important, and I tell people that I have a love for my mother that is undescribable, because the fact is, it's hard for me to tell you really how much I care for her. So the reality is that we allow a society to really give us this vision of what a woman should be, and so we displace women in this society. We have to, as people who come to know the truth, to uplift our women from where they are to where they need to be. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's why I tell people, I don't, when people tell me, oh, women shouldn't, I put the concept of, I don't believe in can't. Mm-hmm. You're going to say, women can't do that, women can't do that. That is a false statement. And a lot of times I tell a lot of brothers, I say this to them. If you have a wife or a girlfriend and she's better at accounting than you, let her manage your money and see how much better you will be. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let her manage these things around your household, and you'll see the difference that your life will be. But sometimes we're stuck into that space and time that we have been taught.
That's right.
So we have to come out of that space and time in order to transition. Is what I'm saying, because there's a lot of transitional points that we need to be, we need to move up to, so to speak, and that's one of the things right there. And then we'll see the change.
Right. Or instead of shutting them down, like the other day we were at a football game and my daughter's a cheerleader. She said, can girls play football? And I said, well, they can do whatever they choose to do, but let's evaluate the positives and the negatives of playing football as a woman. And she said, well, what would that be? I said, well, let's go with what we know. She said, because I always do that with them. Let's go with what we know. I said, what do you know? The differences between a man and a woman if they're going to play football. She said, well, I look at me, and I ain't trying to be hard. You know? And so we go through the physiological makeup.
Right.
The changes she's going to have to go through. The hormonal changes. You know, the mental changes. Because if she's changing hormonally, she's changing mentally.
Right.
You know, she's going to offset her biochemistry for a pH balance and everything, and her cycle
Timing.
and everything. All of that's going to get affected.
Right.
The brutal pounding that it's going to take on her body. You know, the beauty and sculpture of her breast versus, you know, the way her chest is formed and my chest is formed.
Right.
You know, what is that going to look like? You know, what is her nails gonna look like? You know, is that gonna be something she's got to do maintenance on all the time because she's out there grasping in the dirt and falling and people stepping on them or hitting and, you know, just all the things that come into the contact with playing American football. And so, you know, my daughter, I said, well, you know, let's make this a little project assignment. I say, you know, through the course of next week, let's just write down your points and my points and let's compare, so you can see what that does. You know, to a woman. And I'm not saying she can't play.
Right.
I'm just saying it's going to be a whole different effect
Exactly.
than it would be for a guy. Because he's designed more muscular.
Right.
You know, to take a little bit more of a bruising.
There you go.
You know, in certain aspects. You know, his physiology, you know, he's designed that testosterone and that hormone is going to increase to magnify the ability of him to take that brutal force. Yes. And then recuperate.
Exactly. So again, it comes to balance.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Not to say she can't play.
There you go.
Right.
There
Just
you
to
go.
say there's some consequences to what you're going to do with the nature of the game.
Right. And are you willing to deal with those?
Right.
You see?
Yeah.
And again, that's the conversation. You're talking about having these conversations with your children. And like all the other things that we talk about and touch on is about having that conversation.
Versus saying, no,
it's about,
women
you know,
can't play football.
Exactly. So we got to come into this thing where we, you know, have conversation with each other. And, you know, that include all of us that is sitting here and all of us that are out there. We have to change our perspective or concept of things. And it's only going to help us to be better individual.
Now, there was a lady sitting there. She said, well, would you let her play? And I told her I would tell her that I cannot support her getting hurt because I played football and I got injured multiple times. And I'm not willing to support you sacrificing yourself to that level for nothing. There are no women playing in the NFL that I know of. Are there women playing in the NFL yet?
No, not as far as
From what I've seen, Joe Theismann's leg got wrapped around his body.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, guys getting their necks knocked, and you could see the elongation, the brute force of what those men bring out there.
Yeah, but look, do you realize that
man.
even so much of our brothers have what do you call it?
Concussions,
not
brain
damage, but a lot of them come into after a certain amount of time. They have these brain disease actually from all that constant pounding, and so all of these things. We have to evaluate these things, is what I'm saying. Because to me, basically, when it comes to certain sport, you look at them to a point and you say these things are barbaric to some extent, really. Right. And so that's where we have to really look at things and reevaluate things. There's nothing wrong with sport, but we have to look at the sports that we are playing, the things that we are involved in, and the purpose that they are serving in the society.
Right.
And one of the things, like, you know, this sister that, you know, I'm reading one of her book is Sister Frances Cress Welsing.
Oh yes,
you know,
I love that sister.
and I mean, she bring out some brilliant points in that book about all of these sports, what they are involved with, what they are teaching us, what we need to know about them.
We need to know.
And so then again, you see all these things.
The colors of the balls.
Right, bringing it down to level. And so when we get into those concepts and those reality, and bring them down to level, then we see what it's all about, and then we can make a true determination of where to go with them. You see, and our involvement in them and all of that.
Yeah,
you know?
And it's the same way with religion, brother. We got to treat it in the same aspect that we treat sports.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
As long as we have an identification of the historical manifestation of these religions.
Yes.
And we can take them back to their sources, which they can be taken back to the sources, contrary to popular belief, the hidden mysteries, they can be taken back to their sources. Many of
Absolutely.
the people, the academians know. I've talked with people from all over the world, man, and many of them know.
Right.
Some of them even ask me, man, when y'all gonna come back up so we can correct this place?
There you go.
I'll be like, what?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they actually look at us to an nth degree, you know, contrary to what people see on TV now and say, like the one brother say, black people all jacked up. You know, that's his perception because of his environment.
Yeah, absolutely.
My perception is I'm in the grounds working. I'm in the fields planting seeds and gleaning and toiling in the soil, and I'm seeing the fruits of the labor starting to sprout up. And they're going to need to nurture me. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You know, in my own home and without my home.
And you know what? I've said this before. You know, Lance and I talk about this, but I tell you, until us, the people that has been here for the longest, until we come back into ourselves and really come back into the driver's seat, so to speak, on this planet will not have peace. Because really,
because we're a portion of the universe that's out of balance, like the brother said. That's
Exactly.
reality.
Exactly.
And he was true. He was being straight up, and I appreciate that.
right, but people know these things.
Right. But what are you going to do to bring it back?
There you go.
In the
You can't
balance.
just sit on the sideline
That's right.
and it come back by itself.
That's
And that's
correct.
why I tell people, you have to be willing to go there, to the place that you don't want to go. You have to go there. And so when we realize and we come forward within ourselves and realize that, hey, this is important,
Right.
then we will see the change.
You will see the change.
You see.
You will definitely see the change.
Exactly. And that's what we're doing at the point right now. We're putting in the work, you know, and I always say I appreciate my brother here, you know, Lance, because of all the, you know, the hard work that he's continued to do behind the scenes.
It's out of love. It's out of love.
It's very, no, you know, I mean that. And as I always say to brothers and sisters out there, this is very important. I want to make this point, and I want brothers and sisters to listen carefully, brothers. Support these causes. Support these brothers that are on YouTube that are giving you knowledge. Don't just sit there and say, okay, if I give this brother $1 or $5, it's nothing. It doesn't, look here, if everybody out there should do something for these brothers that are putting knowledge out there, these brothers go and they study hard, they bring brothers together to give you these knowledge. Support these brothers. Give them $1, give them $5, because they have expenses that they need to deal with. These things, you know, they don't just get computers and all these equipment for free. So we have to realize that these brothers are working, they got their families, they got other expenses. So whatever we can support them with, my brothers and sisters, we really need to do that, because that way we are building our community. You see, and it's helping to drive us into the right direction. So it's very, very important, and I admonish brothers and sisters to do these things, okay? Because it is important. And I'm not saying this just because you're my brother-in-law, but I'm saying not just you, but we have to support the brothers. You know what I mean? These brothers that are putting in work. You know, you got several brothers, Professor Griff, all these brothers that are out there, Tariq Nasheed, and all these brothers that are putting out information to help us as a people and as a group. So when we do this, then we're going to see good result, because we are seeing. So we can't take this for granted, brothers and sisters. So please put it forward, and we truly will, you know, appreciate you supporting these brothers.
That's true.
If I could respond to, I see some of the folks in the chat. Sister Rosalind Abengawe, hopefully I pronounced your name right, but it says, I want a nationhood to build a structure for our betterment. Well, we have a structure. It has been reintroduced to us over 40 years ago from what I have been. Well, let me say this. I've been in a lot of different camps. I've studied with the Nation of Islam, did not become a member, but I studied with them, like intensely studied with them when I was in college. Been around brothers from the Nations of God and Urge 5 Percenters, Moorish brothers, of which now, you know, some 20 years later, my family has what is a Moorish temple, and we decided to go back to the ancient platform of what you just asked about. So we called it, in honor of my uncle, the JSW Moorish Temple of Amun-Ra is what he created. And so this structure that you're talking about is understanding that you're created in the image of God, not just physically, but in your divinity. And it's called the Metu Neter. It's been around for thousands upon thousands of years immemorable, okay? But it has taken on many cosmogonies to explain nature and man and woman's identification of themselves within the creation of nature so that they themselves can create things within nature for themselves. I hope I didn't confuse anybody.
No, I mean, it makes perfect sense.
So that program, and there are many programs, but I'm saying the base one that anyone should start off is with your own divinity first, because everything else is going to start falling in line. That's not to say I didn't have success before I got into the form of knowing myself with divinity, but I'm just saying at the same time I can see where I'm more at peace and that everything flows from me like water. And everything has a fluidness about it that I never really had, as a Christian. I had many quote unquote blessings, but I was believing and hoping and a lot of different things until I really got to the point from an engineering perspective with the spirituality that I could know. All right. May not know everything, but I can forecast. Now, we do have levels of belief and hope. Don't get me confused with things, but the planning, the execution of all things, just like this show, is planned and executed. Your brother didn't hope he was going to come and be on the radio today. Brother said he was going to be on the radio today. That was his word, and that's the same way the Bible said it. The word was made manifest. Right. That's the way the ancestors said it, where they took it from, out of the Metu Netta, and said, I manifested Shu and Tefnut. Okay? And kept it going on and on, and the Creator monotheistically diversified itself into a polytheistic, pantheistic system. Right. Of faculties and principles, laws to govern the universe of which we have to abide by. So, sister, if you want to have a shot at that, just go online, look up Dr. Raul Nefer Amen, Asar Set Society. I'm promoting that. I'm a student, not a member yet. Student growing into being a member. I want to make sure I'm tight before I get in. And you got a structure for nation building. The Moorish community has a structure. They know law. The brothers know law backwards and forwards. Okay? And a lot of different realms. Now you got to, choose, who in your community you can go to. But on that side, on the Moorish side, we need that because that's a part of how we got to reconstruct society and to be a law unto ourselves again. I've read books where it says Africans were a law unto themselves. Yep. I read that. Yep. And they were talking about our family who went around Europe building those cathedrals and those palaces and those castles. Right. I've not heard anybody lay claim as to who built them, but I read it in a book.
But you see, again, my brothers, the funny thing is though, when you go to those places, you feel a certain presence within yourself. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay? And that's why I tell people, says, we are the true builders of the society of the world. And you must know that. You mustn't guess that. But you must know that you are the builders. Your ancestors are the builders. And up till this very day, you are the builders. You are the creators. You see, don't be fooled by all of these things. And so we have to come into the realization of ourselves. Realizing, appreciating our ancestors is going to elevate our consciousness. It is going to make us into the person that we need to be. I am grateful for all the brothers and sisters that really come in today that help us, to bring these things home. So it's important that we speak on these things.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, once I started studying with the Asar Set Society, man, it was like a game changer because I'm very cautious of information that I take in. Right. Like I said, our Moorish temple is basically my family. My uncles were twins. They were reverends. Right. They gave up their whole church. Wow. I mean, think about that, brother. You're giving up money, car, whatever, house, payment. Right. Okay? And these brothers, they went out and just said, "Look, we've been lying to y'all. Sorry, we've been lying to y'all." Wow. And they went out just cold cock like I did. Now at the same time I came into my spiritual awakening, my mother, my uncles, and some other family members was having their spiritual awakening. And we all up one in the same room, prepared to tell each other this. And because they was elders, they went first. And I'm like, man, I was getting ready to tell y'all the same thing.
Isn't that a wonderful,
It's
wonderful
beautiful,
thing, man?
And so now we have, that's how we have a 2 by STEAM program that I shared with you earlier. And we work with Florida A&M University. We have a portion of we do strictly for engineering and things to cultivate the students for their life lessons and life, how to live. You know, I was very fortunate in my lifetime to meet Dr. Ron Nephron personally, and he actually made the trip and came and made his way to Florida A&M University to bear witness to this to the students, the engineering students, the construction engineering students, and the electronic engineering students, and some architects, architectural students. And then he gave out books. He gave out his books to the students. You know, we had drawings, and the students, you know, they received free copies of various books that he wrote that explains the spiritual science of who we are, and then how you can use it in your everyday life, and how you can use it to manifest what you decide to design and build from within.
Anywhere with that. You can go anywhere with that. When you activate that on the inside.
Yeah.
You know, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is why for me to just always share and never feel it's bragging, because we need you. We need the both of you and all who are here listening and watching. Whatever you have inside of yourself, even if the world doesn't deem it as great, be the best that you can be and shine, because we really don't know who we're inspiring. And I'll say it real quick, under a minute. My mother taught at 2 colleges. She sung opera, all of that stuff. One of the most humble women that you ever want to know. But after she passed away, her circle was so huge that there are many who just didn't know right away. We didn't have the internet as we do now. She passed away in April of '94. And the amount of letters that came in from people who didn't even know her, but just observed how she carried herself and how kind and positive and uplifting, and the things she did for people that I never knew.
Right.
I mean, she gave of herself. So my father did also, but she was a master of that. And that's why it's in my DNA to help somebody. Even if I'm not going to get as high as they are, let me help you. It's been taken advantage a lot of times, but that's why I'm subservient to the greater good, because I had that example growing up.
Yeah, myself too, man. My dad was a community leader, a servant to the people. When crack cocaine hit the streets in Jacksonville, Florida, it was horrible, man.
It hit there bad too.
It was horrible, man. I mean, I lived through it. I mean, I'm alive to this day because of scientific experiments. You know, I got shot with a 12-gauge gun at close range. If you can imagine what that would do to your leg, it blew a hole in my leg that I could put my fist in.
Oh my God.
Okay, and so, you know, with that context, my dad, man, he, you know, just watching what he did for people in the community as I was growing up, and this was before I got shot, but he removed himself from the street cop because he saw it was no end, and moved himself to the truancy side, so he could catch him, take him back to school.
Oh yeah.
So he could put him in the police athletic league programs.
Right.
So he could get the famous folks to come down there to talk to him and try and inspire them outside of himself to be better, because he realized that he lived in the hood. These cats are trying to, just like the song said, get rich and die trying for real. That was a reality. When I heard that song, I'm like, the title of that whole thing, I'm like, man, I lived that. I watched people do that without knowledge and knowing that it was a setup, because nobody told them the choices.
Here you go.
And then some of
options.
and then some of them was told the choices, but they chose otherwise. You know, you live you live by the gangster knife, you got to get stabbed by the gangster knife. You know what I mean? It just, you know, and sometimes you have collateral damage, and I was unfortunately one of those few that got caught up and was almost collateral damage. You know.
You see, and that's the thing, you know, we have to, and that's why we have to really get into the community, and we have to put in the work. That's what I'm saying. We can't just talk.
Yes, that's right, brother.
We have to get in. We have to put in the work, and that's why we're gonna move forward. And again,
and stop using. I hear a lot of people say sometimes they just give it total blame. Now, yes, I will give them the historical blame for not letting us read and write, for beating the living dickens and castrations and all that stuff. And yes, some of the people of this day are those people because that's their direct ancestors. So that memory is in their blood. Yes, I go with that knowledge. But at the end of the day, we got more knowledge now. We have a choice now. Yeah. So forget what they're talking about, and let's just get in building our own arcs and creating our own algebraic expressions so we can create our own math and know what the end of the resolve is going to be on that equation.
Here you go.
You know what I'm saying? We design and engineer that from within.
So we gotta really get into the driver's seat.
That's right. Get into the driver's seat, bro.
Chart out our course.
There we go.
And decide where we're gonna end up. You know.
That's it.
One of the famous songs of Bob Marley, and I'll end on this note. One of the famous songs of Bob Marley that I always love. He said, "Every man has a right to decide his own destiny." Mm-hmm. You see, because really he used the word judgment, but in the judgment there is no partiality. So the reality is that we come into the knowledge, we come into the know. What are we gonna do with it? Mm-hmm. And that's why, you know, this subject that we're gonna talk about, you know, at Tree Mass next Saturday is where do we go from here? Because we talk about all of this, and then we give you some of the answer, but we're gonna push it further because it needs to. And so who wants to come on board, but we're not gonna force anyone to come on board.
Right.
It's a personal choice.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying is, and so you have to look deep within yourself.
And also you can look. One thing my dad used to share with me, and my mother too, is son, you're gonna have to go places other people ain't been to be around other people that don't look like you, so you can get a whole bigger picture of what's going on. Then you need to bring that back over your people,
right.
That's right.
So you can see the common denominator, and then check to see if you on that same progressive level to move forward.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
So like sometimes, you know, I have people get on me. They're like, well, why you don't send your children over to this unit with the Boy Scouts? So why you don't send your children over here with these folks? I say, one, they live in a world that's global.
There you go.
I said, so what I have to teach them is you got a home base. We have to recreate our community. The way we're gonna recreate that community is going back. Just like you have to remember a SAR. You got to put a SAR body pieces like Humpty Dumpty. You got to put him back together again, right? Yep. So you got to go back out to these folks and say, oh, my dad told me this same story, but they tell it different. But wait a minute, this is our story too. They came after us. Oh, okay, I got them. Now I'm going over to this one. Oh, you Shinto. Oh, okay, I got you. You Buddha. Oh, okay. Same thing. Let me put them together. Now let's see their systems. Let's see, oh man, they bombed the Japanese. How in the world did they rebuild after being destroyed?
In every car, you stop at any red light. You stop at any red light, and you understand what revenge is.
I'm telling you, boom.
You understand what revenge is. That it's not just always coming back at that enemy the same way they came back
That's
at
right.
you. But you say, you know what? As small as Japan is physically, and I'm not saying that you have to display your riches or flex with money, but years ago I heard that 40% of the luxury items of the world were purchased by Japan. I'm not going to say become a consumer. What I'm saying is that how did they get from that to come back where you in the intersection you see Camry, Toyota, Honda, Mitsubishi, and Mazda, and beyond. Subaru.
Speaker systems.
But
radio systems.
Right.
There you go. You see, but you ever watch the movie The Spooks? The Spook. That's it. By the door.
Yes, sir. The door.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you look at that, there's a lot to be gained from that.
Yeah.
And that's why I said these are movies that brothers and sisters need to sit down and watch. But when you watch these movies, get the point.
Right.
Get the point.
Have a dialogue about it to bring out more points.
There you go, my
outside
brother.
yourself.
There you go.
Deeper.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
Go
again,
deeper.
that's what we need to do. We need to go in depth, get off the surface, and go in depth.
Now, I did an experiment with a middle school in Orlando, and I had come up with my person came up with a program called the Re-Education of the Moor, the misnomered Black, Afro-American, African-American, Latino, West Indians, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And in the process of doing it, I used my art. I used that as the basis of it. You know, the virtues. So they had to learn the virtues of my art. I control my thoughts. Just imagine teaching a child from birth that they control their thoughts.
Yeah, that's powerful.
You know, I control my actions. You know, I have devotion to a purpose. So now you got to get that reading,
Right.
that spiritual reading for the child based on the house that they come in from their birth to know their purpose. And then you let that child say and understand and knowing their purpose, and you teaching them that. And then as they get older, they start observing nature to see where their purpose can take them. And then you're just helping be the soundboard and the foundation for that, right?
Wow.
Then you get to the point, right, where we moving forward with the information and processes and procedures and protocol. I'm talking engineering stuff,
Right,
now,
right,
And you
right.
got to do quality control. Okay, with any system, you got to do quality control.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to do quality control, because otherwise you're gonna have some errors, right? And that's with anything, right?
Yeah.
But you got to be able to do punch out, because you got to go
There
back
you
and
go.
fix it. You know,
There you go.
sure. If I was in here building his home and he said, bro, you know, it all look good, but you know that little thing right there, squiggly line, it's supposed to be straight. You know, I need you to fix that. Now I got to go back in and do some destructive work, right, to correct it.
Yeah.
And that destructive work can be arguments,
Here you go.
you know, disagreements, you know, malleable words said back and forth to one another, and we have to
Right,
go
right.
back in and do some quality control to correct those things. So you know, at the end of the day, man, you know, like the sister said, you know, looking for a system to better ourselves. That's what I did with those young men. You know, they were supposed to be the worst kids in the school, and in 8 days, myself and I had brothers that I brought in as guest speakers.
Right.
We helped transform those young men. And the assistant principal and someone else, some other folks was asking us, what did you do? And I thought we was in trouble, you know, because we had a lot of information flowing through them, and they had
Right.
been challenging the historical chair of the school,
Right.
the students, because we used their history book,
Right.
and we filled in blanks, and we asked them questions about how do you feel about how you are viewed in this book. And one kid said, well, can I express myself, since you say we all men in this room? And I said, yeah, you're a man. You just made your point known. We respect that.
Right.
He stood up and he threw the book across the room, walked over to it, and stomped it. And I was devastated. I was like, man, this is serious. If he's an 11, 12-year-old thinking that way, imagine the reason why he's really acting out psychologically.
Wow.
Okay? And so we began to work on them through the virtues first. I introduced music videos
Right.
of conscious artists that they never heard of. Feminine artists too, by the way.
Right.
I used the feminine on the young men, and I used the males on the young women.
Yeah.
Because that brings balance.
Right. Right.
I introduced them to Cyrock, Star. It was some other sisters, Bun B, not Bun B, Boog Brown, I think her name is. Just a lot of different people that had positive, strong, ancestral related vibes in their hip hop and their rap.
Right. Right.
And the young brothers took to it. Once they got through that stage, we had an initiation stage after like the third day. And this is when we started reintroducing the masculine energy to them.
Right. Right.
And we had songs from brothers, like there was this one song called the 10,000 Pound Gorilla. And it was addressing information
Yeah.
about, you know, the whole way the world is going through this transgender movement.
Right.
And we didn't say you can't do or you shouldn't do. We let them see what's happening in society.
Right.
And then ask them, hey, how do you guys want to talk about this? That way
Right.
we don't get blamed for trying to impose on anyone.
Exactly.
And put anyone down. And so the young men said, well, how we gonna build a nation if we're not making babies? The common sense in what's natural was there.
Here
You
go.
see? For them
Here
to
you go.
ask that.
Here you go.
You know,
Yeah.
and so by the end of the deal, you know, using music videos, historical context, we used the Library of Congress.
Right.
We used the internet to get into through my library. I still have my library card
Right.
for the Library of Congress and get into some of the rooms to pull information and photos.
Right. Right. Right.
So while we're flipping through the book and time frames of the book, we can bring that information and go like, did you know this was happening? That, you know, Benjamin Banneker was helping, you know, design Washington, D.C. They didn't even know that.
Exactly.
And I showed them a picture of Benjamin Banneker, or, you know, or Banaka Bay, as some of the brothers
Yeah.
call him. And they was like, what? You know, I'm like, yeah. Let me go to some other brothers. You know, some other brothers. That's some old brothers, you know, giving them names.
Right,
You know,
right.
I say I was on the fellowship. I say, do you guys know who gave the traffic signal its start? They're like, no. So I showed them who that was. They was like, man, what else have we done? You know? So now we start, you know, now it's like, man, what else have we done? So we went on a pledge with one another together as a team that they would go in, each person would bring in categories as many people as they could find that they could identify with that look like them.
Nice. Yes.
And this was across the board because there was some Puerto Rican brothers and Mexican brothers in there too.
Right, right.
All right. And they brought in everything. Stromberg came up. The Puerto
Right.
Rican kid brought in Arthur Stromberg.
Wow.
So you know I was like, bruh. When he brought that in, I was like, who are your parents?
The Schomburg Center.
Yes.
Yes.
And believe it or not, when he brought that in, that was my second time hearing that name. I'm a grown man.
See that?
Shame on me. Right?
But you see, the thing is,
But it was
I
beautiful.
understand.
right,
You know,
Right.
I'm just saying shame on me because of my lack thereof
Right.
of not hunting
right.
and to come across it.
But you see,
But it was beautiful that the child exposed it to me
there you
a second
go.
time.
But again, you remember what we talked about earlier. Knowledge come from every different
That's
direction.
right. Every different direction.
And so that's who was supposed to give you that.
Yeah.
right
Wake
there.
me up to it.
There you go. To put you
From
back on
his
track.
perspective,
Exactly.
too.
Exactly.
You know, because he was a very fair-skinned young brother. And I
Right.
hate to use that term, fair-skinned. I'm being descriptive, family.
Right, right.
Descriptive.
It's a language that most understand,
Yeah.
even though we understand.
I'm just trying not to lump, you know, I'm
yeah.
just trying not to lump folks because I have a different take on, you know, being, you know.
Right, right.
Right. So, you know, again, we have to give thanks for all of these goodness.
Yes.
And I have to give thanks for you, my dear brother. You know, truly appreciate you. Truly appreciate the time. You know, again, I am thankful for everyone that is in the chat room.
Yes.
You know, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna bow out because
Yes.
you know, gotta get a little bit of rest.
Yeah, we got stuff
And
to do.
you know, I'm
But
thankful
we'll be
for
back
this
a long
opportunity.
time. Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
and we're gonna keep doing this. You know, truly have a lot of love and respect for everyone. You know, we hope to continue to build. You know, like I said, we're not here to tear down. We're here to build, and so we want to make that be known at all times.
That's right.
You know,
Well, I want to respond to somebody in the chat about books. So when you get a book, don't just read the book. Take the time, skim through the table of contents first.
Right.
Then go to the index. Get an idea of what you're going to encounter in the book. Start to formulate questions about the table of contents and the index. So as you read the book, you may come across some information.
right.
And as you construct the sentences of your answers that you may find from the book to your questions, see how that can be executed in your community. You know, like the sister said, nation building, nationhood, it starts at home. From home, from home neighborhood. Neighborhoods are communities.
Right.
Communities turn into counties. Then you have cities within
There
counties.
you go.
And you got to partake in that.
There you go.
And then you get to a nationhood after, you know, particular regions or states are all
Right.
on the same page. I mean, as a country, man, I'm saying this and I'm probably going to get many slaps and flaming arrows, but I don't see the continuity to truly make us have real nationhood. You know, all this crap going on in the news and some people may not like this, but I don't think you should bash the president. He's the president for whatever point in time in the universe. Because if we're going to talk about the universe,
right.
then he was picked by whoever, whatever party that's in power. And we need to go with the flow. If he's doing wrong, stop talking about it and give him his due. If he's wrong, he's wrong. Give him the consequences. Let's move on. If the consequences is to get him out, get somebody else in. But let's not keep dragging the drama on. You know, and I think with the African systems, that's why it's so much more beauty in it, because the brothers didn't play that back in the day. In Kemet, if the king couldn't do his push-ups, the king had to get out. you read about it, the brothers had to stay in physical shape. And they had to have they had to be priests themselves to understand the cosmogonies.
Right.
You know?
You see, the problem is this: is that we are under a different concept, a different way of thinking,
Right.
a different reality. And as I said again, I think what is it that, you know, because of our brothers, as we sit here, are under a lot of strain and suffering from all of
Right.
what is happening. And so what we have to do now, we have to, like I said, give our brothers the positive tools that they need to get out of this mindset, to get out of this, put everything back into its proper place. And when we put everything back into its proper place, so to speak, then we don't have this to deal with anymore. Because you see, again, we see for how many hundreds of years there has been no peace on this planet.
None.
And so therefore, in order for us to get back to peace, the people who knows the concept, the people who, been here and set up all of this that we see, have to come back into their proper place to really place things into normalcy, where everyone know how to live and everyone know how to govern themselves.
I like the way Dr. Ivan Van Sertima put it. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima put it, he said, all invasions are not the same.
There you go.
And when I was studying and coming into knowledge of the Moors, I was really heavy into a lot of his work. And I had come to find that they were the ones responsible for the Renaissance, and that all invasions are not the same. They were executing the ancient teachings of Kemet from Asar to go out and to civilize the world from a peaceful perspective, that everyone should be brought up. No one was torn down when they went in. People had a renewed in the arts, the sciences, mathematics, chemistry, you name it, agriculture, horticulture, building construction, engine, STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, or the STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math, spirituality, talent, their environment, athletics, and mental wellness. They let everybody stay there. They didn't say you can't be Jewish. They didn't say you can't be Christian, okay? They didn't do that. They went in and said, hey, yo, we're going to show you how it's supposed to be done. This is how you build a palace, the Alhambra, in Seville, Cordoba. This is how you do a university, Salamanca, right? And then give those same tools to people to go start Cambridge, to go start their universities over in Europe. They sat at the feet of the Moors, man. They sat at the feet of our forefathers and mothers, And so our children need to know those stories.
Right, and so again, it's to change the concept, bring it back to where it need to be, to realize it's not about you, it's not about me.
Right.
It's not a selfish thing, it's not a self-centered thing.
That's correct.
But it's about a nation. It is about the people.
The work you put in, like you were saying, we gotta, and that's where I started my mantra, was with the Moorish science concepts of, I gotta go put in the work. I can't just talk construction, engineering. I can't just go to work every day. I got to have some pupils.
There you go.
If I'm going to be a master, I got to create some other masters to get to being a professor.
You see?
You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to move up.
Yeah, bring them along.
Yeah, we got to bring everybody up.
That's right.
Yeah, so, my brother.
Yes.
Thank you so much, man. It's such a great pleasure.
What's up, man? I appreciate that.
Such a great pleasure, my brother. And Lance,
sis,
always, my brother.
Always. We're gonna wrap this down. Let me just put on the right camera first, right? I hope you all enjoyed this show, this conversation, this sharing of knowledge, and this is the first of many. As always, we're putting the work in, and it's just an honor to be here with both of these dynamic brothers. One has a few extra letters on the name, brother-in-law, but he's my brother too. And again, we have our function, open discussion, grassroots, black empowerment, Saturday, September 15th at the 3 Mass. It's going to be live stream. It's free. I'm going to blast you all. I'm going to bug you, keep tapping on your shoulder. Oh, are you there? Are you there? Did you get the thing yet? And I want you to share it all out. Like I said, this is a continuous thing, and it's never going to stop. I want to thank you all. Let me end it right here. And what can I say, brothers? We're going to end it.
Yes.
Take care, everybody. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. And I want to share this link from our first talk last week. I want you all to go there and check out our brother and the knowledge he dropped. Peace out.